So, backstory. When I was young, maybe around 14, I was obsessed with ghosts. I'd research about them, watch shows about them, just had all of this curiosity all over. Within a few months, I started hearing noises, having disturbing dreams. I'd constantly hear footsteps when I was alone, and things like falling off the walls or doors slamming. I'd constantly have sleep paralysis dreams, but never saw anything. Not yet. Finally, one day, I woke up around 3 a.m. The energy in the room, it was off. Like someone was around watching me. It's the middle of winter in Illinois. The moon was out and it was snowing outside, so the moonlight was shining through my window. I finally muster up the courage to look over my covers, and 3 feet away from me is this solid black figure. It was like 7 feet tall, kind of looked like a person with a draped blanket covering it. The texture was also very rough. It nearly gave me a heart attack, so I put my covers over my head and fell back asleep. I woke up in the morning and thought maybe I was dreaming. Later in the day, I start telling my sister about it while sitting in my room, and then all of the lights in my room shut off. So we all get up and leave and start screaming. Later that night, I go to bed, and then I wake up around the same time. Before I open my eyes, I can tell I'm not facing the wall. I slowly open my eyes, and that same figure is standing a foot away from me. I go back under the covers for a few minutes, and then double-check to make sure I'm not dreaming. It's still there. I end up telling my mom, and she sages the house, and that was the end of that. Present day, I just moved into a new apartment, my first time living alone. I just can't stop thinking about this creepy-ass face in my mind. Just imagine, like a girl from The Grudge, my closet is giving me weird vibes. I'm just really afraid if I keep thinking about it, the same thing will end up happening. Except this time there's no one else living with me or here to help. I should probably go to sleep soon. I'm just too scared to turn off the lights. I think I might sleep with the window open, just to hear the outside noises. Any advice? Does thinking about this type of stuff invite it into your home? I get sleep paralysis on rare occasions, and I think they happen when I encounter a spirit. Sometimes I can astral project during sleep paralysis. I've done it a few times now. The first instance was during an episode I had on the couch. I sat up and looked around before realizing I couldn't physically feel anything. I looked down at my sleeping form, and that was cool as fuck. But then it got weird. There was an electronic sound, followed by a screeching shadow figure bursting into the room. It didn't attack my physical body, but my spiritual one. And it knocked my phone onto the floor when it moved the coffee table. I didn't know what to do, but I laid back into my body and I woke up. I know it was real because the coffee table was moved and my phone was on the ground. The second time, I was knocked out of my body by a strange shadow thing. It started as a sleep paralysis episode. When I'm having one, my face goes numb like I've been sedated. That feeling had subsided, and I was scanning the room when I saw something in my peripheral vision. It was a humanoid shadow figure with a stick-thin body and an oval-shaped head. I couldn't see any distinguishing features. It was both moving and stationary at the same time. But I can't really explain how. It's like it was transitioning between reality and a dream. I kept staring at it, hoping the sleep paralysis would end, but it only ended after the figure came much closer. I didn't see it move, yet somehow It knocked me out of my body, and I fell onto the ground, paralyzed and staring up at the dark figure. It was hovering over my body, attaching some kind of webs to me. I felt like it was trying to possess my physical form. It took great effort to figure out how to move, but I managed to fly back into my body and wake up. I don't know if it was a lucid dream, but I saw it as clear as day. And it didn't feel like a dream. When I was 6 or 7, whatever age you are in first grade, my mom married my stepdad, Abel, and their honeymoon was a 3-day vacation in Hawaii. My Uncle Pat and Aunt Marcy lived in a houseboat on Shasta Lake. They said that they would watch over me while they were gone. Thursday night, I'd be dropped off at the marina after school. Uncle Pat came out and helped me with my bags, wished my mom and Abel safe travels. Pat walked beside me with my backpack as I rolled my suitcase down a quiet dock. I remember the racket of its wheels against the metal grates. It was even louder than the distant waves. Feeling like I'd be bothering all of my uncle's neighbors, I picked up my suitcase and carried it the rest of the way. My uncle's boat was at the end of the dock. I began to notice that his boat was one of 3 or 4 sitting in the marina, all spread apart on their own corners. My uncle's boat was a large brown one with blue on the hull. From the deck, I walked down a small set of stairs to their living room. It was set up like a normal living room of a small apartment. Kitchen next to the couch, across from the TV, and a dwarf dining table near the front of the door. Past the living room was another door. It led to my uncle's bedroom. My bedroom was the couch of the living room I just described. Thursday into Friday was eventless. We had dinner, and then I fell asleep watching a VHS of Jurassic Park on their little TV. The next day, my uncle picked me up from school and told me that Marcy came down with bronchitis, and that I should try to play on the deck most of the afternoon. So when we got back, I brought all of my Barbies and their accessories above deck, and I played with them up there. I'm sitting on the foam cushioned seats, playing with my dolls, fully enveloped in a storyline I've made up for them, when I hear the sound of running approaching from down the dock. A fog had rolled through that afternoon, so much of the dock that we were tied to was barely visible. Looking straight down, I couldn't see anything. I heard the running stop near the boat, but the person never came into view through the fog. The sound of running feet was unmistakable, so I leaned over the deck railing a little further and said, "Hello?" Still leaned out. I listened for anyone to call back, or steps retreating, but the eerie quietness remained, undisturbed. When turning my attention back to my Barbies, I couldn't help but notice that they lay in different positions now. The one I'd just sat down in front of my knees was now laying next to the other doll, across from me. I kept playing, but wasn't sure what had just happened. Later that night at dinner, Aunt Marcy stayed in the room with the door shut while Pat and I sat at the table and ate. I asked Uncle Pat if any other kids lived out here. He said no. That night, I think I was falling asleep to Who Framed Roger Rabbit. The fuse pops and the TV shuts down, and the thick glass screen turns black. I stare at myself through its dark reflection. Then, a second figure appears in the reflection. It's standing behind the couch I'm laying on. There's a tabletop light on next to me, so the image I'm looking at is in vivid contrast. The scare literally jolts my body from the couch to the floor. I turn to look, but nothing was behind the couch, nothing outside the window. But the figure is still visible in the reflection of the TV. I'm rapidly looking back and forth from the TV to the couch, but I couldn't see anything that would make the strange reflection I'm seeing. I stare back into the black TV screen. My eyes are fixed on this black mass standing behind the couch. Then it ducks back down, disappearing from the reflection I'm staring at. And I absolutely lose it. I scream. My uncle comes running out. I tell him what just happened, and he only addresses the fuse part, asking if I smell any smoke or anything. I said no, I only heard the pop, and then the TV went black. That's when Uncle Pat walks around a little confused, wondering why none of the other electronics turned off. He picks up the remote from the armrest of the couch. He presses the power button. The TV lights up again, still playing Who Framed Roger Rabbit. The VHS never stopped. Pat's theory is that I accidentally bumped the remote and turned the TV off. I didn't protest his theory. Pat went back to bed, and I restarted the movie from the beginning, tried to fall asleep before the credits. I must have been successful because morning did indeed come. This would be my last day on the boat, really. I'm not gonna lie, I was pretty ready for it to all be over. I did my best the next day to convince my uncle to spend time off the boat. It felt good to have distractions for a solid few hours. I kept the experience out of my mind long enough to enjoy some fair food, a couple of rides. Naturally, as the day started to come to a close, I grew more uneasy about falling asleep on the boathouse again. Lucky for me, my uncle stayed up most of that night, drinking, playing guitar. I didn't have time to get scared because he was playing music and trying to tell me stories I didn't really understand, quite frankly, which made falling asleep rather easy. As I got older, I kind of decided that I encountered a spirit, possibly a child. I didn't feel like it was trying to scare me, even though it completely did. It just felt curious. Maybe even that it wanted to play. I don't know. Uncle Pat doesn't remember anything, and certainly doesn't believe in ghosts. Marcy, on the other hand, I don't know. I think she knows something. She never wants to talk about it. Whenever I do, she's really quick to change the subject. Probably because they still have to live on that boat. I don't know. What do you guys think I encountered? When I was 18 in the mid-2000s, a guy sat next to me on the train as I was heading back to university. And for the whole journey, he kept talking about things that didn't quite make sense. I felt like I knew him, and he was talking as if I was a long-lost friend. He didn't seem to have any mental health issues. He was intelligent. He seemed to speak about things that connected with me on a deep level. He kept drinking small bottles of whiskey, the kind that you can get on the train. And he seemed to be enjoying everything that was happening, like it was all new to him. His confidence was off the charts, not in a player type of way, but as if he was from a slightly more free and socially advanced culture. There was a definite vibe of, he's not from here. The tone of the conversation for the hour-long trip, it was him both teaching me about life and building my confidence up, which I felt was strange given that I had no idea who he was. The whole time I felt a strange sensation that there was some sort of different vibration about him, like he didn't quite fit into his surroundings and all the other people, almost on a molecular level, like there was a bubble around him. It was very odd. For reference, he appeared to be in his late 20s, wore black, had black facial hair and black, not long but not short hair, and he had a very healthy vibe about him. Eventually, we arrived at the station, and as I was getting off the train, he put his hand on my shoulder, looked into my eyes with reverie, like I was some kind of holy figure, and he said, "You're a great person." And I felt genuine emotion from him that was far too strong for the circumstances. Then he walked away, the wrong way, and disappeared into the crowd. I looked for him through the people, but I couldn't see him at all. He just disappeared. For years, I've wondered if he was some sort of time traveler that came back to give me a message. Who knows? Maybe he was. Has anyone else experienced anything similar? Or can you shed any light on what this could have been? This story is unfortunately true. I grew up in the Sierra Nevadas. I wasn't big on camping, but spent a good chunk of my childhood weekends hiking with family and friends. The summer that I was 16, about 10 years ago now, my cousin C had come back from her first year of college, and her boyfriend Jay was visiting. Jay wanted to go on a hike with lake views, and C and I knew just the one. It was one of our favorites. The three of us set off on this hike. The trail isn't the easiest to find, but it's really popular with locals because of the views and general lack of tourists. We saw just a couple of hikers with some dogs. It is an in-and-out trail that takes about 2 or 3 hours to the top, 2 or 3 hours back down. There are some smaller trails that branch off. We make it to the top in good time, enjoy our lunches overlooking the lake. After about an hour, we hear a scream in the distance, specifically a mountain lion scream. If you've ever heard a mountain lion scream, it's really unnerving. It sounds a bit like a very loud, terrified woman screaming. This is not good, because when a mountain lion screams, it's part of a mating ritual, and that means that there are multiple mountain lions, and close. The bears in the Sierras are softies, but the mountain lions will attack you. And they'll attack your pets. They've even been known to attack bikers. Jay was really freaked out. C and I were wary, but it wasn't the first time that we'd heard mountain lions. And we had both seen them before. There was also an incident where, as kids, we laid out some expensive steak in my backyard in hopes of luring a mountain lion to take pictures of it. It did not work, and my mother was pretty unhappy about the steaks. C and I tell Jay that we need to pack it up and get back down the mountain. About 40 minutes into the hike back, Jay realized that he forgot his phone at the lookout in his rush to leave. Of course. We decided that C and Jay would hike back up to retrieve his phone, and I would stay there, on the trail, to warn any other potential hikers that there are lions in the area. This is obviously not ideal for any of us, but seemed like the best choice at the time. I found a nice rock to sit on by the trail and was going through the pictures we took. C and Jay had been gone for around 50 minutes when I heard the scream again. And it's hard to tell, but I think it's closer than before. I start to freak out because being alone is not good if the lion is nearby. About 20 minutes after that, I hear the scream again, and there is now zero doubt that it's closer. Logically, I know that lions don't scream when hunting. They're quiet. If a lion was hunting me, I wouldn't know it. That knowledge did not make me less scared. A couple of minutes after that, I hear it again, extremely close by. I'm looking around and trying to find the best place for me to stand, back covered, in case of the worst. Suddenly, I see something out of the corner of my eye. Standing still, 20 feet down the trail, a couple of feet off of it, is a man. He's completely naked. He's filthy. He's skinny. And he's just standing there, looking at me. If you don't know where you're going, it's easy to get lost in the woods around there. And it doesn't take long being alone, lacking food and water in the wilderness, to make people a little disoriented, a little crazy. My immediate response is that this man is probably a lost hiker, and judging by how dirty he was, he'd been lost a long time. He needs help. I started walking towards him, asking if he's okay. I suddenly get this feeling of wrongness. I don't know how else to describe it, but the hair stood up on my neck. I stopped in my tracks, maybe 15 feet away now, and I had the overwhelming urge to run. It seemed wrong. He looked wrong in a way I can't quite articulate. Instead of wanting to help, I'm now scared. I ask again if he's okay. He looks at me, then opens his mouth wide and screams. Not a normal scream. He screamed so loudly. Worse, it sounded just like the mountain lion. It occurred to me that we were probably hearing him the whole time. It was the single most terrifying thing I've ever witnessed. I started screaming too. Why was he just standing there screaming? Do I run? Do I get out my bear mace? Suddenly, he closed his mouth, turned around, and ran into the woods very quickly. He disappeared into the trees, but the feeling of wrongness, it was still with me. I considered bolting down the trail, but decided to wait for C and J, who luckily arrived around 10 or 15 minutes later. I told them what happened, and we decided to call it into the Rangers when we got service. I've always been left with this unsettling question. Did I see a mentally ill, lost hiker who really needed my help? Or did I see something else? Something not human, mimicking the call of a mountain lion and stalking us down the mountain. Something is crying in my house at night. A little background. I live with my husband and 5 children in a ranch-style house. We've been at this place for 5 years now, and our kids range from age 13 down to 1 year. For the past 3 or 4 months, there's been something in my house that cries at night. It's not my kids or my cats. It's something else. These disturbances typically happen between 10 p.m. and 2 a.m. Usually what happens is my husband and I are in the living room at night, watching TV and unwinding from the day. All of the children are asleep because they have a 9 p.m. bedtime. Suddenly, we hear the sound of a child crying. And I mean loudly crying. Not just whimpers, but big, sobbing cries. One of us will immediately jump up to go check the kids, as all of my children have had night terrors and typical childhood nightmares at some point. But none of them are ever awake. They're all fully asleep, completely peaceful. This will repeat a few more times until we go to bed. It doesn't happen every single night, maybe only once or twice a week, but it's very disturbing when it does. My 13-year-old has also heard the phantom crying, and she was up late with my husband and I one night on the weekend. Also, my children do not have TVs in their rooms, and their tablets and switches are always off. So it's not a sound coming from anything like that. They're not crying in their sleep either. They're always peaceful and undisturbed, not even moving around when me or my husband goes to check on them. We don't have a baby monitor, so there's no chance of interference coming from one. I do have 2 Siamese cats who make noises that sound exactly like human voices but they are always in the living room with us at night, or sleeping in front of the heater in our kitchen, and I've been able to confirm it's not them. As well as the crying at night, we often hear the sound of doors opening and closing, most often the door to my daughter's bedroom. It makes a specific sound because the door sticks a little and you have to put some force into opening or closing it. We always go check on the children after we hear this, and all of them are always asleep. These things are not just heard by me, but my husband too, so I know I'm not crazy. The only thing even remotely like this that's ever happened to me was when my current 5-year-old was around 2, about 3 years ago in the same house. We both heard the sudden and extremely loud sound of what I can only describe as something or someone pretending to cry like a baby. I know that sounds weird, but it's the only way I can describe it. Imagine a grown adult, almost mockingly, pretending to cry like a newborn. That's what it sounded like. It was so loud and frightening that my daughter instantly started screaming in fear. I packed us into the car and left the house toot sweet. We spent the rest of the day at my sister's, and I refused to be alone in the house without my husband for the next couple of days. So, what could this be? A demon? A ghost? I don't really believe in the idea of dead people just hanging around your house for eternity. A mimic? What would this thing want, and how do I get rid of it? I've just had the worst Christmas of my life. I'd like to forget the whole week entirely. Growing up, I didn't have a close relationship with my father. His job kept him away, and things only got worse at age 10 when he divorced my mom. It was rocky between us until I turned 16 and got my license. That's when I started seeing him more often, and we became closer. By the time I was 18, we were going on hunting and fishing trips, and that's when I learned Mom hadn't been completely honest about Dad. Several years before the divorce, they bought an old farmhouse for a very good price, and my dad remodeled it over the years. It was nice, but there was always a feeling that something wasn't quite right. As a child, I would get the creeps. I refused to go into the cellar. It scared the hell out of me. Years later, I learned why they got the house at such a good price. The previous owners were an elderly couple that had lost their only son. He had been sent to Vietnam, and after returning home, things became too much for the poor guy. He shot himself in the cellar. 2 years ago, Dad and I had a falling out. We weren't speaking for a while. We were both being stupid, but I eventually began working up the courage to stop by and knock on his door. The problem was that he developed some mental issues with his old age, so he didn't always remember who people were. Plus, he had a history of coming to the door with a gun. On December 22nd, 2022, I decided to finally man up and put an end to the madness. For this next part, you'll need to know that he remarried and he had a daughter back in 1989. I never had a relationship with them, but I always thought my stepmom was a good person. As I drove to his house, something felt heavy and oppressively dark, but I thought it was just my nerves. Then the house came into view, and I got a really bad feeling. There were no cars in the driveway. Everything looked abandoned. When I knocked on the door, there was no response, but I felt like someone was watching. I walked around the patio doors, where I was able to look inside, and my stomach fell out of me. It was empty. The interior entirely gutted. I got inside and took a video to document the conditions, and that's when I realized my father was dead. I could hear a voice saying I was too late. Of course, I was totally devastated and half out of my mind. I went through the entire house until I finally found myself at the cellar steps. Under any other circumstances, I would have never gone down there, especially not when I was alone and nobody knew where I was. But it felt like something was pulling me into the darkness. The electricity had been shut off, and my phone was the only source of light. I started down the steps, and I wasn't even afraid until I reached the bottom and turned left. Something hit me so hard that I had to gasp for air just to get it into my lungs. My fear instantly shot from 0 to 10, and on the phone, I saw several bright orbs coming at me. They stopped directly in front of me for several seconds before shooting off into the darkness. After that, more solid orbs and anomalies began swarming me. There was no open doors or windows or fans, but it was colder inside than outside, which was 30 degrees. I heard whispers that made me think someone had walked into the house, and I confronted whatever was in the cellar. It responded with a very loud banging, at which point I decided to go back upstairs. The banging continued, so I yelled that I wasn't afraid anymore and that I would be back. I went outside and the new owner pulled up. He'd taken possession of the house from my stepmom on December 8th, and this stranger was kind enough to inform me that my father died of cancer several months prior. My stepmom didn't tell anyone, not even his own sisters. She sold everything he owned before selling the house, and now she's just gone, along with her daughter. The realtor said she refused to put a for sale sign on the property. I think whatever is in that house harassed my father and influenced many of the events that took place. Since being in there, things have started happening at my house, so I'm trying to document everything. 3 years ago, 2 different psychics said that I have an attachment from my childhood home. They felt it had influenced or tried to influence someone to take their own life, and they were absolutely correct. This happened to me several years ago, back when I was a teenager. I've never really told many people about it, but the memory has always stuck with me. Some background. I've always believed in paranormal. I've experienced other things, but nothing quite to this extent. I grew up in Arkansas, and as a family in a smaller city, we spent a lot of time outdoors, fishing, hunting, camping, etc. I was about 16 when my dad and I decided to go hunting on some land owned by a longtime family friend. I grew up hunting out there and was familiar with the majority of the property. My dad had been out prior and scoped a few good spots to sit and wait. He took me to a dry creek that I wasn't entirely familiar with. It had a raised island in the middle of it. It was like 4 or so feet higher than the creek bed. There was a fallen tree on top of it. He had me sit on the stump. He left me there and went to whatever location he'd picked for himself. I waited there for a while, not really hearing or seeing anything. I eventually laid my gun down on the ground at my feet, stood up to stretch a little. I remember suddenly feeling a little odd. While I was stretching, I started hearing thuds. It sounded like a horse running, or a deer maybe, but it sounded heavier. I could hear whatever it was, but couldn't see anything. I was in the middle of the woods, and I heard no leaves being rustled around or anything. Only the thuds. Before I could react, I felt a hard shove on the center of my chest, and I fell backwards off of the little hill that I was on. It pushed the breath out of me and scared me to death. After the hit, there was no more noise. Nothing running away, just silence. The entire experience freaked me out. And of course, when I yelled and finally found my dad, he didn't believe me. Has anyone else experienced anything similar to this? I've seen and heard things before, but I've never been touched or hit. What could this be? This happened one summer evening of 1984 when I was a teenager. 3 friends and I were walking around the suburban neighborhood where we lived. There wasn't a lot to do, so it was common for kids to stroll around at night, just talking, laughing, and getting into mischief. There was a large forest with streams, a swamp, and a rocky area with mounds of dirt. It was surrounded by neighborhoods on 3 sides, and an elementary school with some municipal buildings, and a big empty field on the 4th. There was a narrow asphalt path that ran through the middle, so kids could walk to and from school. The whole area was referred to as the path, and children knew it as a scary, dangerous place. I used to think an off-brand version of the Manson family lived there and held satanic rituals where they sacrificed kids like me. In reality, the scariest thing was the older kids smoking pot, drinking Michelob, or making out. On this particular evening, I was with Frank, Keith, and Brian. We decided to walk down a dead-end street, cut through some yards to reach the path. It was dusk as we stepped over the old stone wall and into the dense underbrush. We didn't have a flashlight. We had to spark the flint wheel on an empty lighter just to see where we were going. It provided a quick, dim flash, just bright enough to get our bearings. In single file, we worked our way through the underbrush to a narrow brook. There was a fallen log across the stream, so it was easy to cross. On the other side, roughly 100 yards away, was a narrow dirt path that ran perpendicular to and intersected the path. I was third in line, with Frank and Keith in front. As I emerged from the brush, Brian was still making his way across, and Keith yelled that someone was standing there. His voice was shrill and frightened. He and Keith were to my left and facing my direction. I turned to the right, and there was a man standing not 6 feet away. It wasn't a tree. It was a dark, silent, man-shaped blotch that appeared solid, but it was darker than darkness. I could make out a round hat pulled low across his forehead. The figure was silent, unmoving. I stared at it, terrified, and the figure shifted slightly, but it didn't seem like movement. It was more of a subtle change in its actual shape. There was just no perceptible motion. We ran away in a panic, but we were also laughing hysterically. We stopped to catch our breath when we reached the path, and Brian arrived a few seconds behind us. He hadn't seen anything and didn't understand why we ran off. We stood there, panting beneath a streetlight, comparing what we saw. We all agreed on the same thing: a slim, silent man in a hat. Keith also saw the same shift in shape, the one that I saw, and his words gave me goosebumps. The dirt path that we came from was all but obscured by overgrown weeds, so it wasn't a route that people would usually use at night. That's what really made it frightening, to encounter someone silent and motionless in that particular spot. Who was it? Why was he there? Why didn't he speak? Why were they wearing a hat over their eyes in the dark? All of these questions came to mind when I saw him, but they translated into one giant what the fuck. I would guess he was in his 30s or 40s. Did one of the neighborhood residents get annoyed with obnoxious teenagers cutting through his yard? Could someone have silently treaded his way through dense, dark underbrush in order to scare us? If so, that in itself is terrifying. Bravo. I'm still in touch with Frank. We talk about this from time to time. It still gives me the chills, nearly 40 years later. Long story shortened up, I have this thing in my house. It has no figure, and I can only catch a glimpse of it in lightly reflected surfaces like doorknobs, but often. It just watches most of the time, like a peeping Tom, makes noises throughout the house. It used to be mostly in the ceiling till I salted the attic entry, and it stopped. It sounded like a full grown-ass person fell down with a huge thud once. It likes to knock in like Morse code, but mostly, when in bed, I leave the door cracked. It messes around in the doorway, taunting like it wants to be seen, but enjoying that it can't. Been a few times where the doorway has literally vibrated. Shrooms like. I'm not scared of it, but annoyed at this point, for several months now. Also, sometimes it brings random aromas. I swear it's farted in my face. Most recently, it smelled like auto grease. 1 a.m., while in bed, out of nowhere. Like, I don't think it's a ghost, but maybe someone's astral projection, or some kind of tech. Your guess is as good as mine, honestly. I've looked into origins and possibilities, all dead ends. I've had the house cleansed twice, and saved twice. Nada. It used to only mess with me, but recently has growled at my lady, did some kind of heavy breathing. She gets up at 3 a.m. for work. It wasn't like this when we moved in, not at first. But I left for 3 months and I came back. The whole vibe was different. Some key things that could have played a role. A black cat started showing up and I was feeding it. My firstborn was on her way. She's 6 months now. Our neighbor's body was dug up the first week we moved in. His wife killed him and buried in the backyard. During those 3 months, I was doing a lot of drugs, but I've been sober for 7+ months now. I was at a job where I suspected a group of people that I worked with were part of a satanic cult, and I surely did piss them off. I do a lot of research into events of the world, and I know some stuff that a vast majority of people don't. Like I said, I don't know what it is, who it is, but it isn't going away. It's annoying, taunting, and petty. Again, this is the short version. My team was contacted by a writer who claimed that he was haunted by one of his main characters. The haunting was witnessed by multiple people, including his wife, children, 4 neighbors, and a mailman. The main events were centered around the writer, who we felt had put too much of himself into the character. This is fairly common when someone constantly works on developing a character, be it an actor, writer, or any other person who overly identifies with a fictional character. The unusual part was how his family met Don, the character, first, then friends and neighbors, and finally, the mailman. The writer began having conversations with Don, and he would help with the book. Don provided descriptions of his looks, traits, how he would respond in a given situation, all of which can be easily explained by the writer getting too into the character, losing his personal perspective. It went from unusual to strange when the writer's wife and children began to experience Don in real-life situations. The wife met him at a grocery store when he approached her and began flirting. She met him again in a cafe, and he bought her coffee. She told her husband, and he asked the normal questions about how the guy looked, how old he may have been, but upon hearing her answers, he took to his computer and showed her the same information about Don. The children were next to meet him. It happened at the park when Dawn bought ice cream for several of the children present. We were able to verify this through the kids and 2 parents who gave him permission to buy their kids ice cream as well. One of the parents even had an extended conversation about current events with him. Out of the blue, the neighbors randomly asked the writer how long Dawn would be visiting. Evidently, Dawn had met them in their yard and accepted their invitation to come over for coffee. He introduced himself as the writer's old college friend, even shared a few stories from their university days, including how the writer used to have a nice car and was a player. The information turned out to be accurate and somewhat embarrassing for the writer. Finally, the mailman told the writer's wife that Dawn had offered him a bottle of water the previous day. That's when the writer called us. We conducted a complete investigation, with no results. So we performed a second investigation in the home with the writer present, and that time we got some rather strange results. We all heard Dawn call the writer's name from the computer room. We got anomalous readings on the Mel meter, as well as fluctuations in temperature. At one point, we all smelled clove cigarettes, which is what Dawn smoked in the book, but nothing was conclusive. It continued for several months after we were notified, and we conducted 3 more investigations during that period. We interviewed everyone who reportedly had an experience with Dawn, but everything came back to an abrupt end when the writer killed off Dawn's character out of sheer desperation. Yesterday on the way home, I checked the countryside roads on Google Maps looking for any cemeteries I wasn't aware of. It's something I do often. I enjoy walking around and recording, just to see if I catch anything. I found one on a narrow side road, but when I got there, I saw that it was on private property. It was also a 10-minute walk through a field just to get to it. Not wanting to upset the owner, I went to the house next door, down a long gravel lane. As I got closer, it became obvious the house was not being lived in. It was a huge 2-story farmhouse that was probably quite beautiful once upon a time. I knocked on the door anyway. I've seen people live in worse conditions, so I at least wanted to make the effort. This place was unkept, and it looked pretty creepy. All the windows had tattered curtains, and a few were broken. I opened the screen door, and when I knocked, it swung open. It looked like the previous owners had moved out quickly, several years ago. The house was still full of furniture. Clothes were laying on the floor. The kitchen table was still there. I stepped inside, phone recording, and I called out several times, already knowing the place was empty. Within 45 seconds, I was hit full on with a blast of very cold air. Felt like being outside on a winter night with only a pair of shorts on. It was 60 degrees outside and warm inside, but this cold air was slowly moving up my lower legs. As this happened, I felt a horrible stinging sensation in my left leg, just above the ankle, like several fire ants were biting me. Out loud, I asked if something was doing that, to please stop. I had to repeat it several times and explain that I wasn't there to do anything to the house before the burning finally ceased. But the cold air remained. I never went further into the house. I asked the usual questions while panning the camera around, and just as I went to leave, I saw a misty apparition cross the room from right to left. I'd got it on video, too. I was alone and wasn't smoking. There was no fog inside, and the house is 900 feet from the road, so it wasn't a reflection. The apparition immediately gave me a dark, ominous feeling. It definitely wasn't friendly or welcoming. I've visited many cemeteries, and other haunted places over the years, but I've never witnessed anything like this. I'm somewhat of a skeptic. I always try to debunk everything, but this one has me speechless. I'll definitely be locating the owner and attempting to get permission for an investigation. When I was younger, I spent half of the week living with my ex Christopher in central Paris, near Rue Carducci Park. It was easier to stay in the city since I studied at university from Monday to Friday. Christopher and I maintained a mutual friendship with his ex-girlfriend, Alice. I know, please don't judge me. Back in the day, the three of us slept in the same room and shared a powerful relationship together. It was almost like a love triangle, but anyway, my experience isn't about our personal story. Alice and Christopher are sensitive people who feel energies and spirits. I never judged them since I also experienced baffling situations, but hey, I wanted to stay pragmatic. I can't explain what happened on those nights when Christopher and I talked in our sleep. Alice listened and told us everything in the morning. It happened a few times, but I have no memory of the events. She was absolutely sure we were speaking in tongues. There's no doubt about that. The disturbing part is that we don't understand or read Latin. She even took notes when we realized some of the sentences were from the Bible, some of them related to Lazarus. While Christopher is a devout Catholic, I'm not a religious person at all. Of course, I've read and studied the Bible and other religious books, but I cannot tell you entire parts from my memory. Since Alice is sensitive to this invisible world, she felt it was something disturbing and unusual. I often laugh and talk while I'm fully asleep, but this Latin episode never happened again. There's always this stereotype about creepy legends in Latin, especially because religion is often used by the media to play with our deepest fears. Do you think it's possible for our minds to use forgotten data to do this seemingly impossible? Do you have any alternative theories? Could it be related to ghosts or other entities? Sometimes I think about this whole experience and I still can't figure out what happened. Thanks for your theories and possible explanations. Last year, my mate Danny and I took his speedboat out for a little ocean fishing. About 4 nautical miles east of harbor, we stopped the boat and cast out from opposite sides of the deck. Minutes later, Danny sets down his rod and rushes to the front of the boat. He grabs a pair of binoculars and looks back in the direction he's facing. I turn around and immediately see what he sees. From a distance, it looks like 2 men were sitting on a vessel that recently capsized. The keel floating above the waves, just enough for the men to sit on it to avoid the cold. Danny sets down the binoculars and throttles the boat to life. We start heading towards the distressed men. We cut the engine short of their overturned vessel to slow our approach as to not splash them with our waves. As our drift brought us closer, the shape of the men's features began to take form. My heart started to palpitate, noticing how similar their features resembled me and Danny. Danny walks to stand next to me when he sees what I see. We're both in disbelief, but the adrenaline of the situation prolonged our comprehension. Danny turns around to grab life jackets. I run to grab the life preserver. But when we meet back at portside, there's no longer anyone on the overturned boat. The keel was empty of its passengers, clinging to its wood, like they'd never been there. There was no sign of them anywhere. The capsized boat didn't disappear, but we watched it slowly continue to sink, until finally it was fully submerged. We watched it sink into the darkness. We waited for any remains of the wreckage to float up, so we could identify and report it when we got back to shore. but nothing surfaced. Released oxygen bubbles didn't even float up after the boat sank. We were in a stunned silence. I made a comment about us just meeting a couple of ghosts, but Danny commented on their features, saying ghosts don't mimic. Whatever it was, we agreed it wasn't earthly, and it definitely wasn't good. An undoubtedly bad sign. So we decided to cut our fishing trip short and head back. On the way back, I was on the verge of tears without having any idea as to why, but I vividly remember feeling an overwhelming grip of sadness when we saw the men. A feeling I initially ignored because I thought that we had to rescue some stranded fishermen. And this feeling followed me all the way home. The air only truly felt clean the next day. It was like my energy was completely expended. Emotionally exhausted from a leisure trip. If you consider this paranormal, it was my only experience with otherworldly entities. Do spirits wander the ocean? Why did they look like us? I don't know if I believe in all the devil stuff, but I really can't classify all of this in another category. Any logical explanations? I think I purchased a cursed amulet from a homeless lady. We have a large outlet mall where I live, but the main store in the center, it used to be an Old Navy, has been empty for the last 3 years. Sometimes they use it as a weekend flea market, and anyone can sign up for a booth. My wife, Pat, and I have found some great antiques there, so we make it a point to go whenever it's open. This year they did something a little different and opened it for the entire week after Thanksgiving. It was the biggest we've seen yet. The whole building was packed tight with vendors, leaving only a few thin aisles to navigate the stores. As usual, Pat and I split up at the entrance with a plan to meet back at the car. At the end of the first aisle, tucked off into the corner, stood an elderly woman with a wooden tray hanging from her neck. It was like what you'd see the peanut vendors wearing at a baseball game, only this one held a bunch of old jewelry and small trinkets. She had long, stringy white hair, and many of her front teeth were missing. Her black dress was dirty and frayed at the edges, and she had no stockings to keep her legs warm. It was 35 degrees outside and not much warmer inside, but her sandals left most of her bare feet exposed. Her merchandise wasn't particularly appealing, but I wanted to give her some money without insulting her. When I asked about a yellow pendant on a gold chain, she said the amulet was blessed by a priestess and granted the wearer good fortune. I didn't believe her, but I wasn't buying it for the value, so I gave her a 20 and put the necklace in my pocket and wished her a Merry Christmas. The owner of the neighboring record booth had returned, and I spent a few minutes browsing through their collection. Afterwards, I turned back to the old woman for a final farewell, but she was gone. She had only stood a couple of feet away. I didn't think I was so engrossed with the albums that I would have missed her leaving, but apparently I had. Later at home, I showed my wife the necklace and asked her if she had seen the woman. She hadn't, but she liked the amulet, and I helped her put it on. That night, she woke up a little bit before 4. She was crying, on the verge of hyperventilating, sweating, shaking profusely. I turned on the lights and screamed. Behind her, in the corner, I saw a brief glimpse of a shadow figure before it disappeared. Pat didn't see it. She was staring at me in wide-eyed confusion. Now, even more terrified due to my outburst. I wasn't about to tell her the truth while she was already upset. Pretending to be startled by her disheveled appearance may not have been the best cover, but it worked. She instantly began recounting her nightmare, in which she'd woke up to find a tall shadow figure standing over her. It began slowly reaching towards her. She finally forced herself upright and managed to wake up. If I hadn't seen the figure for myself moments before, I would have dismissed it as sleep paralysis. But now, I don't know what to make of it. For the time being, we went back to sleep. And the following morning, I told her what I saw. She was glad that I waited to share the information, but we didn't understand why this was suddenly happening. Pat's childhood home was haunted by a friendly spirit, so she's had encounters before. But this was the first time I had ever personally experienced anything. We also agreed that nothing about this presence felt friendly. It had felt cold and angry. We've lived in our house for almost 3 years without any strange incidents. So we took a closer look at our flea market purchases. Pat had also picked up an antique hand mirror, and I found a gentleman's pocket watch manufactured in 1895, along with a few other suspicious items, but deep down, we felt the blame laid solely with the amulet. We Googled a few cleansing rituals that we tried on everything, just to be safe, and nothing happened for several days. We thought it had worked, but then I got up to use the restroom in the middle of the night, and I saw the shadow figure standing behind me in the mirror. That same night, Pat had another sleep paralysis incident, during which the shadow figure placed its hand on her chest, and she felt an uncomfortable pressure for what seemed like several minutes. Then her alarm went off and it was suddenly morning. Since it was the final day of the flea market, we decided to go back in search of the old lady who sold me the amulet. But we couldn't find any sign of her. We spoke to the other vendors, customers, and even the event coordinator, who was extremely difficult to track down, but no one had a clue who we were talking about. When we returned home, we both saw the shadow figure on the far wall before the light came on. Pat didn't want to go to sleep with the amulet in the house again, but taking the trash to the curb wasn't far enough. We tried to drive to a grocery store about 5 minutes away, but got a flat tire halfway there. It was on the back passenger side, and I couldn't find a reason for the blowout, but I didn't spend too long questioning it. More than anything, I just wanted to get the donut on and be done with that damn amulet. I pulled over as far as the road allowed, but we were on the shoulder of a busy highway. Even though I was careful to keep my body tucked away from traffic, that almost wasn't enough. Had Pat not been watching and screamed when she did, a little blue Toyota would have plowed straight into me. I dove out of the way, and the car swerved just in time to avoid a full collision. The asshole took out our driver's side mirror and kept going. I wanted to file a police report, but Pat was so upset I couldn't bear asking her to stay out there even longer. Likewise, I couldn't stand the thought of driving another mile with that amulet, so I threw it into the woods on the side of the road. Then, I finished the tire as quickly as I could, while stopping each time traffic became too heavy, and we drove home without any further issues. So far, everything's been normal ever since. We haven't seen any more shadow figures, and Pat hasn't had any more sleep paralysis incidents. Hopefully, it stays that way. This happened when I started living alone, not long after I had just moved in. I think it must have been the first week. I found out that my new apartment was in the path of an oncoming typhoon. That night, I'd gotten off to sleep all right, but I woke up in the middle of the night to hear the sound of the wind and rain lashing my windows. It was so loud, I just couldn't get back to sleep. I was lying there in bed, thinking about nothing in particular, when I heard something. It was coming from the front door. It was the doorbell. Who the hell would be ringing the doorbell of my new apartment? I asked myself. I crept downstairs and took a look through the peephole. There was a person out there. I was freaked out, but I asked, "Who is it?" Even I heard the fear in my voice. It was my friend, literally my best friend. He was one of the only ones who knew my address. "Why didn't you just tell me you were coming, man? It's the middle of the night," I said through the door. I tried to get a look at him, but it was dark and he had his hat pulled down. That didn't matter since we were friends. I mean, it was a little weird, but I've known him for years. "Hey, you did really well to get here in this storm, dude," I called out and started to unlock the door. That was the moment that something dawned on me. Best friend or not, why was he out here? Barely talking, not responding. And how did he make it here? I could still hear the ferocity of the typhoon against the door. Another odd thing, he didn't have a driver's license. Even if he somehow caught a bus, he would have had to walk for a long while. I didn't know the area all that well, but it seemed a bit too late for buses. Besides, who turns up in the middle of the night during a storm, unannounced? These were all red flags, and I didn't like it. What the hell was this? I brought my eye closer to the peephole. "Hey, bud, how'd you get here?" I asked cautiously. We fell into an awkward silence while the typhoon raged on. I brought my eye closer to the peephole. I wanted to get a closer look at him. His skin was disturbingly pale. It reminded me of a waxwork skin. His eyes flitted back and forth as if they were remote-controlled. That wasn't my friend. I wasn't even sure if that was a human. It was pretending, whatever it was. I didn't let on that I was scared, but I was petrified. I watched that thing out there, which looked like my best friend, standing there, smiling insanely, occasionally twitching at the corners of its lips. I had to get away from the door once I saw that. I went into another room and tried my best to compose myself. I tried to think about what to do next. All the while, that friend thing repeated the same line it delivered earlier, as if it was all he knew, like an actor practicing lines. I called my friend, the one it was impersonating. He said that he wasn't at my house. I knew it wasn't him, but I had to be 100% sure. That thing was rather convincing. I went upstairs and back to bed, but sleep wouldn't come. I didn't know how long that thing stayed outside my door, but I heard it occasionally repeating its line. After a sleepless night, the sun rose and the typhoon subsided. It took a long while for me to get the confidence to approach the peephole, but when I did, I found that it was gone. I'm a 23-year-old female and I work at Rue 21 in a big outlet mall. On the weekends, we don't close until 10 and I sometimes leave my car there while going out with my friends. They usually drop me off at the end of the night and I go home from there. This past weekend, we stayed out later than usual. I didn't make it back until almost 3:30, and mine was the last car in the parking lot. I'm also a smoker, not a drinker, and I wasn't high when they dropped me off. Best to get that established up front. I was, however, pretty tired. So I scrolled through Instagram while drinking a coffee to wake up a little. I'd only been there for a few minutes when a soft tapping on my passenger side window scared me half to death. The street lamp provided enough light to identify the shape of a young boy from the nose down, but the rest of him was cut off by the top of the door. I watch a lot of true crime, so a kid coming up to my car in the middle of the night had me on edge right away. The fact I didn't hear him coming was also a pretty bad sign. I didn't even have the radio on yet. He must have been deliberately stealthy on his approach. I've seen plenty of horror stories where people use kids as a lure, so all this made me do was check the locks, which were thankfully engaged. Just in case, I called out, "Are you okay? Do you need me to call the police?" He didn't move or respond. Next, I asked him to back up so I could see his face while we talked, but he still didn't move or speak. That was all I needed in order to leave with a clear conscience. I reached down to get my keys from my purse and dropped them on the floorboard. When a second child tapped on my driver's window, I nearly jumped out of my seat. Then, once I saw its face, I screamed bloody murder. A ghostly, pale girl with solid black eyes, who appeared no older than 7, was staring at me, as if I were some strange foreign creature. I frantically felt for my keys while looking from one kid to the other. My eyes were filled with tears, so they were just blobs at that point, but I needed to know that they weren't moving. When my fingers finally closed around the ring, I hurried to start the engine, and my headlights turned on to reveal 2 more black-eyed children standing in front of my car. I screamed again as I reversed from the parking lot and ran over a curb in my haste. None of the children moved an inch while I did so so I didn't pause to turn my car around until I was on the other side of the mall. I had purposely parked where the cameras wouldn't see how late I returned. My boss can be pretty judgy, but I checked the recordings on Monday anyway. I'd hoped that something would have at least picked up which direction the kids came from, but I couldn't find any sign of them on the footage. I can't explain what happened. I just know I'm not leaving my car at work anymore. This is a long one. Sorry in advance if I ramble. My name is Smith, and I'm 32 years old. I'm a geneticist from Tucson, Arizona. I first met my fiancé Caleb when I was in high school, and I didn't believe that someone like me could ever be with someone like him, but he assured me, and he made me feel every day that I was the best person in the entire world. So much so that when 2015 came around and Obama legalized gay marriage, he proposed to me, and I said yes. Everything leading up to the wedding was fine, but I still had my doubts, insecurities, and on the day of our wedding, walking him down a rainbow-colored aisle, all of that went away. The ceremony was beautiful. My vows were basic, but Caleb's took my breath away. Unfortunately, I only got to be married for an hour, an entire hour of being happy. I had everything I ever wanted in my entire life, but as I said, that was short-lived. The car seating after the ceremony was as follows. Caleb's groomsman, Johnny, and his little brother, Declan, were in the back seat, and behind me, my rock, my bestie forever, Freya. The ceremony, it was as basic as you think it was. We left the church, and we had rice thrown and rainbow-colored confetti, which is what I was picking out of my cornrows when the accident happened. The last thing I remember was smiling up at Caleb and him telling me, well, mouthing the words that he loved me, infinity times infinity. We would tell one another that we loved each other infinity times infinity every day, and we meant it. No truer words ever spoken between two people. The last thing I remember clearly was Freya screaming for Caleb to watch out. I don't even know what happened. I had the feeling the car was flipping over. I would later find out that it flipped 3 times before landing roof up, as I'm asking myself, why am I looking up at the sky? Wouldn't that mean I'm on my back? And my body, why is it exploding in pain? Throughout all of the pain and grief and fear, there was Caleb's body on top of mine, whispering in my ear, "Baby, please, just stay awake. Keep your eyes open. There's an ambulance on the way. Baby, please stay awake." I couldn't. My entire world was enveloped in black, and I passed out. I woke up almost 5 days later. Numerous broken bones, broken wrists, 3 broken ribs, and a fractured eye socket. Declan was fine. He had a few scrapes and bruises. Same with John. Freya immediately came to my side and hugged me. She was crying into my chest, which hurt. She had a cast on her left leg and her right arm. First thing out of my mouth was, "Where's Cal?" Declan wouldn't even look at me. John started to cry as Freya knelt beside me and touched my cheek. "There was an accident," she whispered. "Cal went out a hero," Declan whispered when I looked at him, and I asked him what the hell he was talking about. He gave me a shocked look like he expected me to remember what happened. Freya asked me what was the last thing I remembered. I told her, leaving the church, people throwing confetti and rice at us, being happy. John just gave a loud sob and said, "He doesn't remember what happened. He doesn't remember the accident, Frey." Declan knelt down beside me and told me everything that happened. There was an accident. Some drunken idiot swerved in front of us in a panic, and in order to prevent an accident, Caleb swerved the car really hard, causing it to roll over, making impact with the car that he was trying to avoid as it hit his side. At the time, I didn't know that Caleb didn't have a seatbelt on, and the memory of him on top of me with the car, it came back. I started to see with blurry vision, and I realized my husband was gone. He risked his own life because it's just the type of dude my brother was, Declan said. I turned to my best friend and I beg her. I beg her to tell me that this isn't real. I break down, I start to cry. There's no consoling me. It was hard for me growing up gay, thinking that I would never meet someone, knowing that my family disowned me for the very fact of me wanting to live a true life. And then I met Caleb, this kind, gentle guy who actually seemed to want to spend time with me, to want to get to know me better. And I took all of that love that I had inside of me and I gave it all to him. And now I was back where I started, alone, broken. The hardest part of all of this was realizing that by the time I woke up, Caleb's funeral had already gone and passed. I didn't even get to say goodbye. I didn't even get to be there. His parents kept apologizing for having the funeral while I was unconscious. I kept telling them that it was fine, that it was okay. But deep down inside, I was a wreck. I cried almost every night, and to tell you the truth, I never really stopped crying. To say I loved Caleb is an understatement. Love is too small a word to describe what I felt about him, what I still do. And now here's the part of the story where shit gets really weird. Over the last 5 years, I've managed to get my PhD and overall try to be happy. I haven't taken my ring off. Every time I try, something always stops me. During the height of the pandemic, that's when shit got really weird. One morning, I decided that I was going for a run. I started to make a protein smoothie for before and after I got back, and while I was using the blender, putting my blueberries and bananas inside, I heard Caleb's voice. It shocked me at first because I wasn't sure if I heard what I had heard. Then when I turned the blender off to listen more carefully, I heard it again. "Babe, have you seen my keys?" I stepped back from the blender and covered my mouth. There were tears burning in my eyes. For context, you should know Caleb was always losing his keys. I wiped my tears away and told myself, "Smith, it's just your grief, bitch. Chill the fuck out." I went for my run, came back, and nothing else happened. Cut to that same night when I'd gotten out of the shower, put my pajamas on, and gotten into bed. I heard my front door open and close. I heard shuffling in the living room, and I immediately grabbed my Bowie knife. "Babe?" I dropped the knife and stepped back. There's no fucking way this is happening again. The minute I reached for the door, my front door opened and slammed, which made me jump, of course. But then I got a little angry. Then I got really angry. I'm a big believer in the paranormal. Even as a scientist, I know that some things can't be explained by science. But I know Caleb, and I know that he wouldn't try to scare me like this. He wouldn't do this shit to me. So I started reading paranormal stories. I wanted to know what the hell was going on. Then I came across something called a mimic. Every story that I'd ever read while doing research correlated with my paranormal activity, verbatim. And I knew it was not my husband. Then one night when I was in bed going over notes for work, boring lab stuff, I heard the door slam, which I found out was the door to my bathroom. I calmly looked up, got out of bed, stood direct while I tried to portray confidence, and I said very loudly, "Look, bitch, don't be slamming no doors you ain't paying for." And you're probably not going to believe me when I say that that's what I said, but I'm very bossy. I don't like anyone in my space disrespecting my stuff, and I'm not afraid to tell someone off. Boy, was that a huge mistake. After that, things escalated quickly. There were footsteps at night, things going missing and reappearing in the strangest of places. And then there was our wedding photo. It was supposed to be on my nightstand, but every morning when I woke up, it was in the middle of the floor of my living room. The knocking, the voices at night, it all started to ramp up. It's been 5 months of this. Cut to present day, September 2023. I started to get really depressed, and that's when I started to hear Caleb's voice again. It was small things at first. Usually I'd just hear him call me babe or ask me a question. I would ignore him, and then I would go into my bathroom and cry for hours. It was not the reprieve from grief that I thought I needed. It was making shit worse. So I called over my sisters, Soraya and Simone, and needless to say, they didn't really believe me. They thought I was grieving, and they weren't wrong, but I had to explain to them that I know what grief is, but that I've heard enough stories from my favorite YouTube channel to know what this is. Soraya laughed and looked at me, saying, "Really, YouTube? Are you really going to base your grief off of a scary YouTube story that you heard?" I kicked them out, and I went about my day. I don't speak to my parents, so there was no help that I could get from any outside source. That night, I heard it again, Caleb's voice. This time I was coming from the hallway from the bathroom. The light was turned on, so I couldn't understand why there was a voice coming from in there. This thing really likes to call me babe. I shuddered when I heard it, and I stopped down the hallway and slammed the door shut. I made one last desperate plea, which I really wish I would have just kept my mouth shut. "Look, bitch, I've just about had it with your mimicking bullshit. I know you're not Caleb, and I would really like for you to get the fuck out of my house, considering the fact that you're not even fucking paying rent here, and you're staying here for free, so please fucking leave." Yeah, I wasn't kidding when I said that I was pretty angry at this point. I had to make myself laugh in this situation, otherwise I was going to keep thinking that I was fucking insane. That was the moment that not only did my lights turn off, and my phone, but there was banging throughout my entire loft. It was the doors and the windows. My neighbor, who's a good friend of mine, his name is Levi. He came by the loft. Well, he barged into my loft, to put it perfectly accurately. "Smith, are you okay?" he asked. Once he entered the loft, the knocking only got louder. Levi is Jewish, and I should start off by saying that we experienced a Dybbuk haunting in college, so I knew that he'd believe me. I told Levi what was happening, and he let me stay at his place for the night. Once I closed the door to my loft, the knocking stopped. When I stepped away from the door, Levi and I both heard Caleb yell, "And stay out." Levi turned to me slowly and said, "Smith, am I high, or did I just hear your dead husband's voice?" Through my tears, I smiled and appreciated him making me laugh after not having done so in so long. I turned to him and smiled and said, "Levi, you're always high, but yes, this is what I've been dealing with." Cut to a few days later when I finally returned home. Nothing else happened for a while. That was until John and Declan decided to pay me a little visit. I'm glad to know that I wasn't the only one who heard him, but the look on Declan's face when he stepped into the loft and heard Caleb's voice, it broke my heart. We all heard him when he said, "There's my 3 favorite guys." John, being the emotional wreck that he already was, sobbed, "Cal, is that you?" Declan stepped out of the apartment and looked at me. "You're playing a joke on us, right?" he asked. When he saw me crying, he knew that I wasn't doing that. John looked around and suddenly noted out loud that it got colder in the loft. Once again, Declan stepped back inside. He heard it again. "Long time no see, little bro." He walked right up to me and gave me a big bear hug. He whispered in my ear, "I believe you, but that is not my brother." "I know," I whispered back, "but I still don't know what to do." Declan took out his phone and his wallet, decided that he was going to call his friend Leah. Leah was a self-proclaimed witch, and I do believe in those things, the witches, I mean. When I first met Leah, she was calm and so sweet. I told her that whoever was in here, I'm sorry, but just let me clarify, the entity in here was not my husband. She smiled when she looked around the loft. "You're a bit of a trickster, aren't you?" she said into the open air. I looked at her like she was crazy, and I let her know that I thought that as well. I turned and I said, "Girl, why are you talking to air?" Leah smiled and laughed so hard that there were tears in her eyes. "Smith, don't worry," she said, coming to me and taking my hands. "We're going to be great friends. We have the same personality. And for the record, bitch, I'm not talking to air because you have a mimic spirit in your house." This made me laugh out loud very hard. I really liked Leah's attitude and her personality. She indeed seemed to match mine. I scheduled another appointment with her, gave her $150 to do a cleansing. At first, she told me not to pay her, that she would do it for free, but I told her to take the money. When she took it, Leah finally heard it. "Babe, no." Caleb's voice was so sad and agonizing. I looked around, and I could feel the tears already streaming down my cheeks. "I can't take much more of this," I whispered. That's when the knocking started again, or rather the banging, and it didn't stop until Leah and I were both out of the loft. So I decided to stay at a hotel. I picked the same one that Leah was staying at so that we could be together and get to know each other some more. She took me to the store to buy all of the things that she needed for the cleansing. We hung out all day, had lunch, called Freya to have dinner with us. I booked a room. She came over later to have wine and just talk. While we were talking and having wine, I thought to myself, Leah is going to have to leave soon, and Freya can only spend so much time with me. I started to get worried. September 14th, 2023. I went back to get a few things today. It did not go well. The minute I stepped into my loft, I heard it. "Back so soon? You just can't stay away, can you?" I stomped down the hallway into my bathroom and muttered to myself, "Shouldn't have to stay away. This is my loft." When I started to make my way towards the door, I heard a sob, and then Caleb's voice said, "Please don't leave again. You know how much I love you." I turned, and you guessed it, I was crying. "I know how much he loved me," I cried. "And when I get back, I'm going to sage this loft so bad you won't even be able to breathe in here." At that exact moment, my bathroom door, bedroom door, laundry room door, and guest bedroom door all slammed succinctly. The pounding resumed, and needless to say, I rushed out of there and back to the hotel. I found Leah and Freya talking over drinks. Without even saying a word, Leah looked at me. "Smith, are you okay?" Freya knew something was wrong, so she asked me to talk to her, but I couldn't find the words. Leah looked into my eyes and said, "You went back, didn't you?" I nodded. She was starting to compile a list of other things that she would need from the store, and that's when she turned to me and said, "Smith, I'm starting to think that this isn't a mimic. What you just told me is something much more menacing." I turned to her and I told her I agree, that I definitely knew it wasn't my husband. I started to cry again, and I haven't stopped since. You should consider my story if you ever have a problem with a mimic. Never piss it off. Never try to challenge it. It's 12:55 a.m. and I'm writing this in my hotel room. Freya opted to stay with me, so I'm writing this while staring at her sleeping, snoring form in my spare bed. I couldn't be more grateful. I'll keep you all posted with any updates, and I'll definitely be posting what happens after the cleansing. Thanks for reading, and thanks for everyone in the community for all your support. I'm not here to claim demonic possession is real, or that I know a goddamn thing about it. I'm just here to relay a story. One that I experienced firsthand, but can't really explain it outside of what I'm going to share here. I was sitting in the doctor's office waiting to have some lab work done. This was all for a physical required for employment, and yes, everything came back normal. Then the nurse lady called me back, and I followed her to my exam room. She was really nice, and we just kind of made small talk on the way there. Just as we were about to walk inside the room, she stopped and said, "Oh, I don't know where my head is at today. We've got to go get your height and weight. Follow me." So I follow her back towards the scales. When we get there, she starts to sort of ramble to herself. And I don't know if she wants weight or height first, so I take my shoes off and then step under the height measuring thing. Then she snapped at me. "No, not there, idiot." So, when I say snapped, I mean it. It was harsh and loud, but more than anything, even her calling me an idiot, I was most disturbed by the voice. It didn't even sound like the same woman who'd been speaking before. It was guttural and masculine. The kind woman who had been escorting me moments ago had somehow disappeared inside this monster of a human. Her eyes, I could have sworn they were almost bright blue before, but now they were so dark I struggled to find color. Another nurse heard it, of course, and walked over to see if everything was all right. To which my nurse responded by snapping in the same voice, "Mind your own damn business." I'd never seen an adult person act this way, let alone a nurse. I was shocked, so much so that I hadn't even moved from underneath the height thingy. Then I watched as my nurse clasped her hands over her mouth. It was as if she was shocked by her own behavior, and before I knew it, she was crying and excusing herself entirely. The other nurse looked about as shocked as I did, but eventually composed herself and took over where the last nurse had stopped. Honestly, I was about ready to leave and reschedule the whole thing, but it already took me so damn long to get this appointment I couldn't bring myself to bail. I never saw that nurse again, but I heard her. It was while I was waiting in my room for my new nurse to bring me some pamphlets on smoking cessation. It was that unmistakable, guttural voice, and it was coming from just outside my room. I could hear her telling someone to get the hell away from her, followed by what sounded like someone getting pushed. Needless to say, I was waiting a while, but when I finally got to talk to the doctor again, I asked her if everything was okay with that nurse. I mentioned that she'd called me an idiot and appeared to be having some sort of breakdown. The doctor just assured me that she would be fine. She's going to take the day off, of course, but she'll be fine. She then asked if there was anything she could do to make me feel better. Anything that could make my experience better. It was weird, sort of like I was at a hotel or something, but I told her I was fine. I wasn't going to lodge a complaint or anything like that. I was just genuinely worried about that woman. She thanked me for my concern, and that was that. I opted to use a different facility moving forward, so no idea whatever happened to that nurse. But I sure hope she got the help she needed, and hopefully it was a priest. As part of a history project in college, we were tasked with exploring a piece of our own family history, specifically connecting with information from those no longer with us. We were told that we could have as little or as much information as possible on the person or the piece of history, but it was our job to create a historically accurate yet compelling story. My family is huge. I don't know a lot of them, but my mom is one of those that keeps up on what everyone is doing all the time, and she's part of those ancestry websites. So all I had to do was ask her, and I knew that she'd lead me down the most interesting path. My great-grand-uncle Charlie was a Catholic priest, one who participated in exorcisms nonetheless. I never personally had the chance to meet him, and he died in the late 90s. But my mom always spoke very fondly of him and kept a lot of his things. She says he was a man of a million stories. Apparently on the side, he was a bit of a self-proclaimed author. One of his short stories was actually published in a local magazine in Minnesota back in 1981. I'm sure it was great, but personally, I never read that one. Amongst the various articles, notebooks, cool photos, I was most interested in his personal notebooks. These were writings he'd never published, things he'd experienced in his lifetime as a priest and just in life in general. I found several intriguing stories, and at first it was hard to just focus on one thing. Next thing I knew, I'd already gone through one of his notebooks in its entirety. He wrote lots about his earlier days, and I found these to be some of his most interesting. I'm choosing to share this one with you all because it gave me full body chills. The entry is from 1989, but he talks of a time before that. It's the story of his second exorcism. January 1st, 1989. This evening, while processing the passing of Bishop McHale, I was reminded of a case from my younger days as a priest. I encountered extraordinary yet terrifying events often, but it was this one that forever altered the course of my future with the church. It was a somber evening, much like tonight, when the news reached me. Bishop McHale came to the Archbishop and myself, carrying stories of a young woman plagued by a demonic possession. Shortly after Bishop McHale finished reciting the various ailments which had been reported to him, Archbishop McCallum granted permission for us to move forward. With a heavy heart, I embarked upon the solemn duty of performing an exorcism. It was new for me. It was only my second one, but I was honored, ready, and I was not alone after all. There was Bishop McHale, but there was also the Heavenly Father, too. That's what you can never forget, never lose sight of. Arriving at the family's humble abode, I was struck that it wasn't so far away from my own. I could sense a palpable darkness hanging in the air where the afflicted woman resided. The family was desperate for salvation. This was obvious at once as they greeted us with a mix of trepidation and high hopes. They guided us to the room where the young woman lay. My first observations of the woman were that her eyes were vacant, almost blackened, and her body was contorted in unnatural ways. Compassion and fear intertwined within me. The woman was restrained, gently but still. The ties on the pieces of satin were secure. The family feared the young woman, but loved her greatly. The room became even more tense upon the arrival of Bishop McHale and myself, so we began the ancient ritual of exorcism almost immediately. Not long after we started, the room was filled with prayers, the scent of incense, and the flickering light of the candles. I recall their glow casting eerie shadows on the walls, shadows which couldn't compare to the real evil inside the room. The demon within the woman fought vehemently, its presence becoming increasingly malevolent with each passing moment. The woman writhed and convulsed, her voice transforming into an otherworldly growl before once again mimicking the cries of a natural woman. For a moment she was lucid, crying and pleading that she couldn't see, that she couldn't hear. She begged and pleaded with the room, trying to understand what was happening to her. We told her to be strong, to fight it. Though she didn't stay long, her voice distorted again as she screamed and laughed obscenities at the room. It was that moment which I caught a glimpse of the demon that had taken a hold of her. Its eyes now reflected the depths of its wickedness. The creature's voice echoed with a chilling resonance, one that was filled with hatred, so much so that it shook me deep to my core. She spoke and spat vile things at everyone in the room, focusing heavily on Bishop McHale and myself. Wicked accusations, horrific imagery that they tried to paint. It was relentless. They were spewing wildly, switching from English to Latin to something entirely unintelligible. This was nothing like my first experience, the one that I wrote about in 1986. This demon was unlike anything I'd experienced in the church, unlike anything I'd experienced in life. I would be lying if I said that there was no fear. I kept it deep down in the depths where only I knew it existed. Throughout, I remained steadfast. It's of great importance that you never lose faith. It's always my faith grounding me in the face of this ancient evil. My voice wavered at times, sure, but I pressed on. reciting the sacred words with unwavering determination, Bishop McHale doing the same as the prayer of St. Michael radiated from the two of us, filling the room. The battle was all too grueling. I call it a battle as it's the closest I've come to fighting something, aiming to destroy something before it could further destroy this woman. Bishop McHale and I continued exorcising the demon. As the hours passed, I watched the poor woman's vessel endure tortures no one ever should. Still, we didn't stop. She was in and out of consciousness. She was weak. But we also watched as the demon's grip weakened, too, and its resistance fading. With one final prayer, a large surge of energy, it was expelled from the young woman, instantly leaving her limp and exhausted, but alive and breathing. The whole room felt as if it was singing. The reality is, it was silent. A beautiful silence settled upon the room, broken only by the sound of our breathing. I found myself forever changed in the aftermath of this encounter. The experience had deepened my understanding of the forces that exist beyond our mortal realm. It ignited a thirst within me to delve further into the realm of spiritual warfare, to study the ancient texts, to learn more of the nature of demons and possession. It was in the following years that I became known for my expertise in exorcisms. Bishop McHale, too, he was my teacher, my mentor. Bishop McHale, the church had recognized his dedication and entrusted him with the responsibility of training future priests in the sacred art of battling darkness. As one of his pupils, I too would go on to train future priests. Of course, this was all before I stopped this work, pre-1980. Because the truth is, with each successful exorcism, a part of my soul grew heavy with the weight of what I had witnessed. The horrors I had faced took their toll, and with time I began to question the fragility of my own faith. The demons confronted were not confined to the pages of Scripture. They were real, tangible entities that tested the limits of my resolve. In the end, it was the haunting memories of this second exorcism that led me to reevaluate my path. I chose to step away from the front lines, to devote myself to research and contemplation, seeking a deeper understanding of the spiritual realm and its interplay with our moral existence. And though my days of performing exorcisms may have come to an end, the impact of that fateful event and so many others remain etched in my soul. It forever shaped my future, guiding me towards a different kind of service, one that seeks to illuminate the shadows, one that seeks to offer solace to those who find themselves entangled in its ominous grasp. It also brought me closer to my dearest friend, Bishop McHale, whom I will see again one day. Then my great-grand-uncle ends it by inserting a prayer. I've included it here, but don't expect you to read it. I did some research, and this is a prayer often used during the passing of a member of the clergy. Thanks for listening. If I come across anything else worth sharing, I certainly will. This took place about 12 to 13 years ago. I was 18 when this happened, but I swear I remember it as clear as most days recently. On this particular night, I was a designated sober driver, as I had recently broken my hand playing rugby, and after I had made my last drop-off around 1 a.m., I decided I'd call it a night. As I was driving home, I was approaching a local historic house reserve, and outside of this house was what appeared to be a hitchhiker. I obviously thought this was weird as hell, because being rugby season, it was pretty damn cold at 1 a.m., and due to the recent spat of break-ins in the area, I honestly considered picking up this hitchhiker because I thought that they would be safer crashing at my parents' for the night than on the streets of Belfast, Christchurch. As I got closer to this hitchhiker, I got a look at their face. Now, this is gonna sound bizarre, and it's difficult to explain clearly, but the best I can do is liken the face to an old, brown, leathery volleyball type thing. I felt my blood run cold, literally, as I quickly accelerated away. After a couple of seconds, I looked in my rearview mirror, and there was nothing there. Now, proper scared, I practically raced home. Once I got inside, I saw my parents just about to go to bed. My mom says, "Are you okay, Isaac? You look like you've seen a ghost." I was just, funny you say that, as I recounted what I had just experienced. A couple of weeks later, I was having a conversation with my mom about some other bullshit that I can't remember nowadays, but she mentions that she told my uncle about what I had said. I was told about the apparent story of a hitchhiker that had been murdered after being picked up from outside that house. Now, I'm unsure if that's true at all, but the whole thing made me think differently about the idea of ghosts. I never believed before this night, and now I do. Anyhow, that's my story. Cheers. Therapists out there, give me some advice free of charge. Each reply will be like a Christmas present I can gleefully unwrap. By continuing further, you legally agree to help, so here goes. My mother-in-law was an old, mean, sickly woman. I thought she was showing signs of dementia, but my husband never pressed to get her checked. She'd been living with us for around 9 months. Her residence at the senior facility that we were paying for, it had been revoked at the beginning of the year after she'd almost set her apartment on fire with a lit cigarette. In September, she committed suicide off the banister of our staircase. I know that sounds crazy. Maybe she fell over the railing and it was an accident, but I watched her do it. I had no clue that she was going to jump. We'd been arguing about something silly. I think she was accusing me of stealing the fish from the large circular tank in her room. It had me heated enough to where I had to storm out. She was following behind me, still yelling. I turned to walk down the stairs to the first floor. She stays at the top area, shouting down at me. Then she quieted down real quick. I turned around thinking that she'd given herself a heart attack. But I see her glancing around, almost like there's a bat swooping around her head. She stood up real straight, made a really heavy, slow inhale before pressing her stomach against the railing, where she then spun over the railing, falling straight down like an arrow into the ground of our entry room. The floorboards shook under me with the drop. I've never seen something as terrible as what I witnessed that afternoon, and nobody knows why she did it. It was hard to console my husband and deal with the repeating horror movie in my head. He would want to talk about her and mourn, but her name only brought disgusting images to the forefront of my mind. We're both still trying to help each other while struggling to help ourselves. On top of that, days later, and I'm talking a matter of 24 or 36 hours after her death, weird stuff started happening around the house. We have pictures that line the wall of our staircase leading up to the bedrooms. That next night, all of them were crooked, all leaning the same direction. My husband told me that he's heard her talking in her bedroom. We still haven't cleared her stuff out. Some family's been by to take some things, but for the most part, her room's been left untouched. I think I'll be more insistent about us going through it after the new year. It's only been a few months, and it's been hard enough handling her cremation, all while sorting out her accounts and bills. We still feel her living here, like she's never left. We've both heard footsteps approach the room that we're in, just to have no one enter. As much as I've tried to deny what's going on, I've seen our curtains blow around with no wind present. None of the other plants or papers around it move. And yet, I watch the curtains make shapes of waves with the fabric. I believe now that something is going on. and I worry that these things will just keep escalating. A few days ago, all of our burners were turned on. When we got home from work, our entire house was filled with gas. It took us hours to air the place out. During the summer, my husband promised our house to the rest of the family to celebrate Christmas. I absolutely don't feel comfortable hosting family over with all this stuff escalating. But we gotta do something. I've narrowed it down to this. Cancel Christmas plans with my husband's family 4 or 5 days before Christmas. Or desperately try to find someone to exorcise his mom out of our house. So, which would you pick? This happened just before Christmas 2019, and I guess it popped into my mind again recently due to it being Christmas season. December 2019, I was traveling by train back to my hometown. When I arrived at the train platform, I started walking toward the ticket machines. As I approached, there was an attendant standing by the machines. As soon as he turned and saw me, he loudly said to me, "Well, finally, you're here. I've been waiting 30 years for you to show up." I thought that was a very weird thing to say, especially since I was only 21 at the time. At a guess, the attendant was in his 50s. The way he said it was very happy and sincere, not sarcastic or even in a joking tone. Unfortunately, I was very shy and awkward, so I didn't ask what he meant. Now I wish I had. Then he asked if he could help me with anything, so I asked him to help me buy a ticket, as I'd never used the ticket machines before. As I was buying the ticket, he kept making really intense eye contact and looking at my face as if he recognized me and was trying to figure out if I was who he thought I was. I had only moved to the area 3 months before and have no family there, so he couldn't have mistaken me for an older relative of mine. I had definitely never seen him before, and it was my first time taking that train. Throughout the interaction, he asked me, "Are you going on another business trip?" Again, I was confused because I was clearly a 21-year-old student, not a businesswoman. I feel that I should say that he wasn't creepy at all, and he definitely wasn't hitting on me. He was well-spoken and clearly not intoxicated. So here's the glitch. After I bought my ticket, he picked up my suitcase and walked me to the train, which was very kind of him. I stepped into the train. He placed my suitcase next to me. I turned to thank him, and he was gone. It was like as soon as he let go of my suitcase, he vanished into thin air. There was practically no one else around, so he didn't disappear into a crowd or anything like that. I glanced all around and I couldn't see him anywhere. He definitely did not get on the train with me and wasn't anywhere on the platform. If he had run off, I would have heard his footsteps, and it wasn't enough time for him to disappear from sight, even if he was running. The whole situation felt so strange. Not paranormal exactly, but surreal. Maybe I should mention that even though I was in university, I'd never been drunk or tried drugs. I wasn't sleep deprived. I say this because there wasn't an easy explanation, such as me imagining him disappearing or anything. Any theories on what it could have been? He seemed to recognize me and think that I was someone from his past. So maybe some kind of time slip. I don't know. Thanks for reading. This happened a few years ago. My mother called me to tell me that she was going to have a birthday party for my father. We usually have dinner, so a party was something different. I wasn't really in the mood for it, only because he's a realtor and tons of people I didn't know would be there. Add the fact that the house has a medium-sized backyard with a pool, and the lighting inside sucks, so you're standing room only in the house and in near dark, with a little more room outside. It was all okay. I did my best to be social, but I stayed in the backyard for the most part. Looking around, I noticed a woman with a boy, 7 years old or so, basically attached at her hip. Anytime they caught my eye, he had his arms around her waist so tight and was looking at me blankly. I didn't approach them. I thought maybe he was autistic or not feeling well or something, but it seemed odd to bring him to this late-night party. When the party thinned out, my sister-in-law asked me, "What did you see?" I said, "What?" Like I didn't know what she was talking about, because at that moment I really didn't know. She said, "I felt something in the backyard, but you could see it. I could tell." I said I didn't see anything strange, but then I said that people shouldn't be bringing their kids to adult parties that run this late, especially when the child clearly doesn't want to be here. She said, "What child?" I pointed out the woman, and there was no longer a child by her side. So I said, "I guess they had enough sense to take the boy home." She looked at me, horrified, saying, "There was no boy. That woman, she lost her son a few years back to cancer." I was told later, even by my parents, that there were no children at that party. I drove home freezing the whole time. I couldn't get past the boy's blank expression. Try to rest, little man. The other night I was in bed. I know I wasn't entirely asleep because I could hear the sounds of the house, and I was technically meditating. So my eyes were closed. I felt relaxed, focused on my breathing. I found myself suddenly opening my eyes. I'd been on my way to sleep, but now I was totally alert, my senses heightened for seemingly no reason. I felt a subtle movement in my legs, but that didn't immediately alert me since it's my dog's favorite place to sleep. I was wide awake now and sitting upright, and I witnessed a shadowy figure gracefully rise from the comfort of the end of my bed and silently walk away, making its way towards the exit of my room. With my dog nestled at the foot of my bed, I usually feel a sense of peace that envelops the room when I see this sight. This particular night, that familiar calm was accompanied by the shadow that emerged from where my dog lay. The feeling wasn't replaced by a negative one, but this time it was as if the very essence of the room had also taken form and manifested as this mysterious silhouette. I guess all this to say that the whole experience was really positive. Sure, at first it felt a bit eerie, and I didn't understand why I was awake, but the calmness was the same. There was still tranquility, and my current dog wasn't bothered by the experience at all. I couldn't help but wonder what the shadow's presence was as I laid there in bed. Was it something more than just peaceful? Was it familiar? Recently, I'd lost my grandma, and the night that I'd had this experience, I'd just celebrated 4 months clean and sober, which doesn't sound like a lot, I know, but it's the longest I've done in a long time, and I intend to take it one day at a time. Maybe it goes without saying for anyone who's done any sort of recovery work, but I've been doing a lot of praying, hoping that alcohol will never find its place in my life again. During this process, somehow I've felt that lately meditation, or at least just taking time to be mindful and express gratitude, even if it's just silently, I believe that we become attuned to even the subtlest energies that surround us, even those of our dearly departed. I have to wonder, was the shadow the spirit of my grandma, visiting from the realm beyond to offer solace and encouragement? Or perhaps it was the manifestation of another being altogether, drawn to the energy of transformation that's hopefully permeating my space. Regardless, the shadow left an impression on me. As I laid there, contemplating the significance of the encounter, I sort of felt a renewed purpose in my recovery. I truly hope to have similar experiences again in life, but I'm so curious how many others have had similar experiences to mine. When I was a teenager, my family moved into a large Victorian-style house in Beaver, Pennsylvania. If you've never heard of it, I'm not surprised. Quaint little historical township with a population of less than 5,000. Our family moved there specifically for my mom's work with the Beaver Area Heritage Foundation. At the time, it was one of the few jobs where she could build her own hours, split time between working from home and occasionally going into work for board meetings or something specific. This sort of meant everything to my mom at the time. My little sister was just 3 and not yet in school, and she always hated that she had to work nonstop at the historical museum when I was growing up. But that's just where they were at the time, my parents and their money. But now, she had this opportunity. So, the house. In 2010-ish, my mom was perusing the internet looking at various houses in the Beaver area. She landed on something relatively close to the super historical district. I caught a glimpse of this beauty on my mom's computer and practically squealed in excitement while asking if that's where we were going to live. She was enthusiastic, saying she and my dad were going to look at it that afternoon. Unfortunately, I'd be at school, so it was a no-go for me. I told my mom that she better buy that beautiful house. And the next time we spoke, that's exactly what happened. From the outside, from the photos, I'll admit, the home was incredibly dreamy. It was and still is the biggest place I've ever lived in. But I was a bit thrown off living directly across the street from a history museum. I guess there were worse things to look at, I reasoned. But for me, the dream factor wore off relatively quickly. It should have been great. And sometimes, especially towards the end of my time there, it was. But not always. And those times made it hard to imagine anything would be normal in that house. Cut to the moment where we all see the home together. I was impressed. It held up to my expectations from the outside. But the moment we crossed the threshold from outside to inside, I wondered why it felt so dark. Part of me was expecting to see beautifully painted walls or ones filled with colorful wallpaper. It was clear the photos had slightly exaggerated or had somehow let in a lot more light. The whole ride here, my mom was beaming, totally excited, especially to show my sister and I the house and our rooms. So, I tried to be happy and excited, anything but a bratty teen at that moment. But I guess I failed since my mom asked me, "What's wrong? You don't like this beautiful home?" "Well, just wait till you see your room." She smiled, and I returned the smile. I picked up my little sister and excitedly told her that we were going to go see our rooms. Immediately, I could tell which room my mom wanted for me, the one that I wanted for me. Large bay window, tall white wooden shutters, rose-colored wallpaper, and a gold accent wall. I was already envisioning what it could look like with my special touch. Thankfully, I didn't feel this dark feeling in my room. I chalked up the initial feeling to just being naive, thinking that a home would look exactly like highly edited photos online, ones taken in a way that make the home look exactly like a dream. The house was fine, I concluded. Satisfied, I took my little sister to her room. It was much smaller and sat right next to mine. My sister couldn't care less about going into her room. She preferred to stay in my room. I walked into her room, and again, the moment I crossed the threshold into that room, I felt this dark, palpable heaviness. She also had rose-colored walls, a large window letting in lots of light, but I didn't like that despite all of this, it felt shady. But as a teenager, I dismissed that feeling pretty quickly and went back to my room. But it wasn't long after moving in that my little sister was running to my room, crying, struggling to breathe, shaking me awake. It was the dead of night. I could barely see her face, but I could hear her, and I instantly grabbed her into the bed and asked her what was wrong. She told me someone's in her room. I maybe should have been alarmed, but I wasn't at first. I made her calm down. I asked her to tell me about her dream, but she swore it wasn't a nightmare. She cried that she was sleeping, but he woke her up. Suddenly, it dawns on me that we are in a new house, and it's entirely possible someone's in her room. I grabbed my sister and quietly ran to my parents' room to wake them up. I was talking in almost a whisper as I told my parents what was going on. Now, we were all freaked out, but my dad grabs his gun and tells us to stay inside the room. While my mom's hugging my sister, she says quietly that she doesn't think Daddy's gun is going to help. That's when we learned that the man in my sister's room was really a large, dark shadow of a man. Describing him, she said he was see-through. I looked at my mom like, right, bad dream. My dad comes back in the room soon after and declares that no one's in the room, or any of the rooms for that matter. All the doors and windows are locked. So we all put my sister back to bed, my bed, for the record, and then I was silently blamed in the hallway for exposing my sister to scary movies, causing her to have nightmares. For a moment, I decided that I was going to sleep in my sister's bedroom. If she was going to take my room, I was going to take hers. And that's when I remembered the feeling, not before, but as soon as I crossed that threshold. Heaviness. I instantly felt for my little sister. Sure, there was no shadow people in here, but why did it feel so weird in this room? Surely she had to feel that too. And my parents? I don't know. But I went back to my room and I slept through the night. However, that sleeping through the night thing would become rare. I'd end up switching rooms with my little sister. Well, almost. I didn't want to. She was clearly so disturbed, though, and spending more time in my bedroom anyway, it just made sense. My parents incentivized the deal by giving me permission to drive their car on the weekends. But after seeing how excited my sister was to move rooms, I was practically sold anyway. But I allowed them to bribe me. During the move, my dad said that he kept hearing something interesting. Then, my mom, too. Scratching noises all throughout the room. My dad says that he needs to work on eliminating any possible pests before they make the move. At first, I was so confused, like, what kinds of pests? Rats? Bugs? Maybe it's just the sound of you moving around. I don't want to move into an infested room, though. Then he tells me that he's heard these in the walls before. While he was installing my sister's bed, when we moved in, he thought he'd heard scratching in the walls. He searched around, but he didn't find any sign of actual pests. No feces, nothing suspicious in the basement or the attic. But he tells me that he never officially checked the walls, and that it could be something messing with the electrical in that room. Over the next few months, things got strange. I was back to sharing a room with my little sister, but that wasn't the strange part. My dad had various people in and out for the inspections, and eventually he decided that he wanted to replace the drywall in that room. He was still hearing the scratching, my mom too. So construction on my new room started, and during that time, things got even worse. Even the nights where we weren't talking about experiencing things, we all were. Now, what my parents heard was scratching. I heard whispering. There were multiple nights when I would be awake, assuming that I was the last one up in the house. But then I'd hear this whispering coming from the other side of the wall. I would press my ear against the wall just to confirm what I was hearing. I'd be so sure that it was my parents having some sort of hushed discussion, so I'd get up and I'd go to my new room, figure out what they're saying. But they wouldn't be there. I'd walk into the room and hear absolutely nothing, and see absolutely nothing. Then I'd walk to my parents' bedroom door. I'd place my ear against their door. Silence. This happened multiple times, but I started to realize it only happened after 12 a.m., so for the first time in my life, I developed a bedtime. At 10 o'clock every night, I would will myself to sleep. This worked for a minute, maybe a week or even 2 weeks, but eventually it started again. I'd find myself drawn to that room a lot over this period of time. Basically, I wasn't sleeping. My sister, however, seemed to be sleeping like a baby. Then, about a month, maybe less, into the deconstruction of that room, the contractors find something in the walls. Bones, bird bones, squirrel bones, snake skins, the whole lot. But naturally, the most unsettling thing they found, and why they ultimately had to stop construction, were the human remains. Over the next several weeks, the scene had to be preserved, and it was recommended that we stay in a hotel, so that's what we did. We crammed into a hotel while crews worked to remove the remains from our house. My mom was technically thrilled because she thought that she might get wind of the situation, given her job. Possibly they were the remains of a historical figure. She was partially right. She was involved in the process months later of having the skull donated to the Mutter Museum in Philadelphia, which is known for its extensive collection of medical oddities, including a collection of over 130 human skulls. So at the time, and maybe to this day, the remains were not officially identified. But they are, to the best of my knowledge, all being preserved, in addition to the skull at the museum. Also, my parents do in fact still own this house. It did in fact not sit well with me at first, but I continued to grow up there, and so did my little sister, for much longer. But we didn't have any of those experiences, no more oddities in the house. So, who knows? Maybe our house was haunted for a minute. Maybe it was infested by animals that got scared away. Or maybe it was all in our heads. But you can't deny the bones. Basically, anyone you tell this story to is going to come up with their own theories anyway. So, thanks for reading. When I was 6, my family moved into a new house, and something else was living in my room with me. It was a 3-bedroom, and as the youngest, I was left with the smallest room at the back of the house. It was a really weird layout. I've never seen another one like it, but none of us slept very close to one another. Normally, the master bedroom will be on one side, and the others will be down some hallway with a bathroom and maybe a closet, but not this place. My parents' room was off the kitchen at one end, and my sister was down the hall, while mine was just all by itself on the other side of the den at the opposite end of the house. This is because my sister's room used to be the master until the previous owners had built the new addition off the kitchen. Nothing weird ever happened anywhere else in that house, just my room. I quickly learned to avoid it at all costs during the day, but I'd still have to sleep in there. And that's when things got really bad. It was one thing when something on a shelf fell over by itself, but the shadow figure scared me to death. In the corner, there was an old spinning green chair, like a small recliner that didn't recline. It made a certain sound when someone sat or spun around, and I heard it on the very first night. I was already having trouble staying asleep just because it was a new place, but I would drift in and out. When I first heard someone sit down, it was almost a jump scare because I hadn't heard the door open or anyone cross the room, and that surprised me unto itself. Assuming it must be my mom, I opened my eyes, wondering what she could possibly be doing, and that's when the true terror began. Even though this was over 30 years ago, I still remember each of these instances like it just happened. I may not recall what I did for my birthday or where the school took us on field trips, but these are crystal clear. Well, for the first night, my very dim nightlight was on one side of the room, and this chair was on the opposite corner by the closet, so literally the darkest spot in there. I couldn't make out any details about the figure sitting in the chair. It was just a solid, human-shaped black mass, slowly spinning back and forth. The head remained fixed, as if watching me sleep, while the rest of its body moved with the chair. I'd been pretty warm all night, but now it was cold enough to make me shiver, and I wanted so badly to call out for my parents. No matter how hard I tried, my voice wouldn't come. If it knew that I was awake, it might get up. Or what if it spoke? Oh, I also didn't have a way to tell time, so I had no clue how long it was until daylight. It could have been minutes or hours for all I knew. Same goes for how long that thing was there. Eventually, the squeaking sound stopped, and I went into an even higher state of alert. What if it was bored watching me sleep and about to pounce? But the sound of it standing up never came. When I finally worked up the courage to crack open my eyes, it was gone. I threw off the covers and ran to my parents, telling them everything. Obviously, they assumed someone had broken in. I guess I should have too, but the cold dread I felt was so extreme that the idea it could be human never even occurred to me. Dad searched my room and then the house, but found no sign that anyone could have been inside. Ultimately, it was concluded that I must have had a nightmare, and I was allowed to sleep with them for the short hours remaining of the night. I actually ended up spending a few nights in their room, but then I had to go back. I cried for the first hour of trying to fall asleep, but the rest of my things were unpacked by then, so at least I had a clock and a better nightlight. It had been placed in the center of the room. I stayed awake, frightened until sometime around midnight when I finally fell asleep. Then I woke up the next morning and everything was completely fine. The same thing happened once again the next night, and the one after that. At the 1 week mark, I began to wonder if it actually had been a nightmare. But I didn't have to contemplate that theory for long. It was only a few more nights before it happened again. The sound of someone heavy sitting in that chair woke me from a dead sleep, and the slight spinning motion began immediately. I could feel everything run cold, and I pinched my arm until it left bruises, but I never woke up from any nightmare. It all happened exactly like it had the first time. It was almost 3 when it came, and it stayed for 47 minutes before vanishing. Even though the new nightlight should have illuminated anyone or anything in that chair, the figure was still just a black shadow person, turning side to side. This thing watched me sleep off and on throughout my childhood until I went to college. After that, I never slept there again. My parents moved out when I was 25, and I've always wondered about the new homeowners, but never had the courage to make contact. Parents out there, I guess I'm looking for a little advice. My name is Maddie, my husband's name's Tyler. We're new parents, and our beautiful baby girl was born May 5th, 2023. Her name is Kinsley. She was born right on her due date, 7 pounds, 3 ounces. Her pediatrician says that she's in perfect health. If this was a health-related issue, I promise I wouldn't be asking for this kind of advice. But I guess my question for you, seasoned parents, is more of, is this normal for an 8-month-old? I originally thought she had something wrong with her vision because when me and Tyler would pick her up, she started doing this thing where her eyes wouldn't focus on us. It's like she's staring just past us. Then she gets a real scared look on her face before she starts crying. This doesn't happen every time we pick her up, though. But when it happens, Kinsley's dead set on staring at whatever her eyes are following. And in these moments, it's not us. Tyler and I would try to block her vision with our heads or put ourselves in her line of sight, but she'd start getting squirmy and really cranky, moving her neck around, trying to see past us. I did my own little eye exam, even though her pediatrician says her eyes are perfectly fine. But while she was laying in her crib, I held her stuffed bear above her head, and she was able to follow each direction I moved it. She also started getting the idea of crawling yesterday, and she did the same thing. I was sitting on the floor in the playroom. She was a few feet away, and I was patting on the carpet, making silly noises, encouraging her to crawl towards me. She's smiling. I'm smiling. She starts getting into the crawl position, and I keep patting the carpet. Then she does a weird shake like something startled her. Her head turns, and while she still maintains her crawl position, her eyes and attention are now fixated on the corner of the room. I keep patting the carpet and start softly calling her name, but nothing can get her out of this weird frozen baby trance. Even clapping my hands didn't make her flinch. At one point, her face does this thing. It starts to contort, and it's horrifying to see my baby so afraid or upset by something that I finally just get up and walk over to her, and like clockwork, crying starts. Usually she's screaming, and before I can swoop her up, she's already attempting to crawl my way. She's had this same reaction every time she's started crawling over the last couple of weeks. I know Kinsley's only 8 months old, but up until now, she'd never really been a fussy baby. She barely cried when we took her home from the hospital. That's why this sudden uptick in behavior is so alarming. Being a paranoid first-time parent, I've been taking notes for the pediatrician, but I'm embarrassed to bring her these findings when what I've compiled is basically what I've stated here. Her frozen moments of terror, they're frequent, at least once a day for the last 2 weeks. They're not long. None of these episodes have happened in public, only here, and they mostly all occur in the playroom. There's literally no other symptoms of this, but I don't know what could be going on. I'm honestly just trying to keep my own sanity right now, and I'm trying to find anything logical that we can grab a hold of. Tyler's convinced there's a ghost in the house. He's going off the deep end with Kinsley, especially because Kinsley seems afraid. I don't know if men can feel postpartum, but every time Kinsley has an episode, Tyler gets filled with rage and starts yelling that this is God's house. I think he's feeling like I am. We're both lost as to how we can help our baby. It's like I don't know how to turn his deductive reasoning into something that's not paranormal. I will admit, when we first moved into our home, it was probably the most stressful couple of months that we'd experienced together, until now. Kinsley had just been born then when a neighboring unit of our apartment complex had a fire. Our unit wasn't touched, but our whole floor had to be moved into temporary housing. We were placed in a duplex a few miles away, and that's where we are now. It's where we've been for months, and it's really starting to get to all of us. Tyler hates it here, and this Kinsley conspiracy is only fueling his fire. Last night, he'd shaken me awake. When I turned over to see what he wanted, Tyler was sitting upright in bed, and the baby monitor pressed up against his ear, telling me that he kept hearing whispers coming from Kinsley's room. I wasn't able to hear it, but Tyler swore that that's what he'd heard. While we were sitting in silence listening to the monitor, it makes a few glitchy buzz noises that Tyler thinks are ghosts messing with the transmitters. I suggested we change the batteries before jumping to conclusions. To make it worse, that's when we hear a sharp, loud, almost feedback noise, followed by Kinsley shrieking. Tyler was up and wheeling her crib into our room, and that's where she'll be sleeping until we figure this out. We literally just got her sleeping on her own. I'm afraid this will set her back in growth, but what else can we do? There's a lot going on, and I'm overwhelmed, but I keep telling myself, at least this isn't our home. Our home may be smaller, but it sure didn't feel like this. I don't expect someone to come here and solve all my problems, but if you have any advice on any of my list of quarrels, I'd sure appreciate it. Maybe this space is tainted somehow. If that's the case, what can we do to get it to leave our daughter alone? I can't help but wonder if a spirit is somehow making its presence known in our apartment. It all started when I suddenly felt a chilling sensation on my lower legs. I was sitting on the couch in the living room, and it was as if an icy breath brushed against my skin. It caused all the hairs on my body to stand up, and at that very moment, my daughter comes rushing to me, visibly scared and pointing towards the kitchen area where her little play kitchen is. She tells me it's too scary in there, still pointing to the kitchen. However, she doesn't elaborate, just cuddles up to me and doesn't move for the remainder of the afternoon until lunchtime. The combination of these two occurrences left me questioning my sanity because I felt scared. The feeling did eventually pass, but just a couple days later, something new started happening. The smell of smoke, repeatedly. There's nothing burning in the house, around the apartment. We don't have fireplaces, nothing. But the smell is so apparent, it might as well be happening inside the house. Deeply concerned after day 3 of this, I decided to confide in my best friend about the strangeness. I share with her that I've been repeatedly smelling smoke, as if a fire was burning in my room, even though there's no source of fire or smoke to be found. I told her at first I'd brushed it off as an oddity, thinking nothing more of it, but as the days go by, the scent of smoke returns, lingering in the air of my room. She's not as concerned as I am, understandable, but the smoke smell won't stop. The persistent phenomenon urges me to try and dive deeper into any possibilities, driven by madness, curiosity, fear. No, it's fear. I researched online the best that I could for all possible explanations as to why I can smell smoke in my room when there's no logical source. As I immerse myself in the research, I get past all the obvious explanations that just don't fit my situation, and I'm led down a more paranormal path. Reading, I'm forced to imagine that it's possible we might have a ghost attached to our apartment, or worse, something attached to one of us. Last night, my daughter was in bed, and while I was busy feeding the dog, something extraordinary caught my attention. I glanced towards the entrance gate to our apartments, which I can see from my window, and there it is, a flickering flame, both big and small, just dancing in the darkness. This next part, I can't explain in a way that doesn't make me sound crazy, but it feels as if the ghostly entity is attempting to convey a message to me, using this display or using fire as its medium. Witnessing this, I'm spinning in thoughts of both awe and apprehension. As I got closer to the window, the flames seemed to grow greatly before disappearing entirely. Now, as a mother, I find myself standing at a bit of a crossroads. I'm for sure unsure about next steps. Part of me wonders if I should embrace this connection and even try to decipher potential messages being sent my way. But the other part of me says that I need to seek assistance in banishing this presence from our lives. The uncertainty weighs surprisingly heavily on my mind. I want to protect my family, provide a safe environment for my daughter. I can't afford to move right now, so what should I do? Any advice would be greatly appreciated as I navigate through this situation. Thank you. I'm originally from Lethbridge, Canada, but I lived in Vancouver for almost 5 years. 4 years for school and an additional year just to live and work on my own. Most of my time was dedicated to school and work, which was rather uneventful in comparison to the story I'll share here. My first 3 years in Vancouver, I lived near the water in a mother-in-law style apartment. If you don't know what that is, it's basically a fully functioning apartment in the lower half of a home. Bathrooms, kitchen, living space, etc. It was an absolutely beautiful place to call a temporary home, especially for a college kid. An affordable place in a prime location. Owners who were incredibly nice people who mainly kept to themselves but also acted as very attentive landlords. But it came with its own sort of catch. About 3 months into living there, I was feeling pretty comfortable. Maybe I was too comfortable. and that's why everything started happening when it did. Either way, 3 months in, I was having these strange dreams, well, nightmares, paired with waking up suddenly and feeling like I wasn't alone. They would continue on and off for the better part of a year. Normally, the dreams were me standing by the back door. It was made of glass and had large, thick curtains, which I kept closed at night. But during the day, they let in a gorgeous amount of light and offered a small, peekaboo view of the neighboring Victoria Island. In my dreams, however, these curtains were open at night, and the view was nothing like I saw in my waking hours. There were no homes neighboring this one, no telephone wires crossing the skyline. The view was incredible. You could see the entire island. It was like the dreams took me back in time, one where there was just less in the way of buildings and more in the way of trees and nature. Almost magical. Except it's while enjoying this view, I realize I'm cold and wet. Doesn't seem too strange, not at first. But it changes. Not the view or my coldness, but my entire perspective. I hear the bedroom door being kicked in, but I don't turn around. Suddenly, I'm being grabbed from behind, but I manage to escape whoever's attempting to grab me. I never see their face. I never see my face. I'm frantic, and somehow, I understand that if they touch me again, I'm dead. It's the most fear I've ever felt in a dream. Still, to this day. Eventually, I make my way to a locked door. It's the door that connects the rest of the home to the mother-in-law apartment. I struggle for far too long and feel as if I'm working with two brains. One who knows this door is never unlocked, and one who thinks it should be. Someone's coming. I run from the door and back towards the bedroom where the glass door is. I catch a glimpse of the view one last time, just before I'm thrown onto the bed. Before I can see anything else or do anything else, I'm being smothered. I can feel myself struggling to breathe. I know I'm close to passing out, and then one of those brains tells me to wake up. Usually, that's when I'm thrown awake, gasping for air, and feeling like I'm not alone. Though other times, it would be a dream within a dream. I'd wake up, have the sensation I wasn't alone, but I'd call out, "Hello? Is someone there?" I get no response, but I'd feel pressure applied to my shoulder, as if someone's hand was on it. As I turned to see the hand, I'd be thrown awake, for real this time. Each time I'd wake up for real, I'd never call out to someone, despite feeling a presence. Instead, I'd literally count sheep until I'd fall asleep, not waking again until morning. These types of dreams would come multiple times a week. I started keeping a journal, only to realize it was literally the same dream. I wasn't in control of it, and nothing changed, so I eventually stopped writing about them. Up to this point, I'd never had a reoccurring dream before. Nothing like this. My dreams usually involved me trying to concentrate and getting disrupted, or dreams where, honestly, things just don't make sense. But these dreams, they sort of made sense, but they also felt really real. As time went on, I started to feel a little uneasy around the apartment. I'd spend my days just living in it as one does, but my evenings felt dreadful, and that I knew I'd be walking or running through these halls again soon. However, shortly after the dream started, so did everything else. The shower, for example. I'd taken countless showers. Nothing off had ever happened before. But suddenly, when I'd be showering at night, I'd hear yelling. Not just one or two, but continuous yelling and arguing. I could never discern what they were saying, but it was clear these were voices. I'd shut the water off and nothing. Eventually, I started playing music in the shower because I couldn't handle the sound of constant arguing. I had no idea how to drown it out without other noise. There was also the reappearing handprint on the glass door. The glass gets fogged up in that room after a shower, You have to ventilate a bit to prevent this, but usually it's so cold I don't crack a window. So eventually, after getting dressed and all of that, I'd open up the shades and crack the back door to let out some of the excess steam. And a few times, I'd see this single handprint on the window right as I did. But I don't mean it was just there. I mean it appeared as I opened the curtains. Then, yes, it would disappear with the rest of the condensation, leading me to believe, oh, that's nothing. I probably touched the window real quick without noticing. I told myself that a lot, but did I ever believe it? Not really. Finally, towards the end of my first year in the apartment, I saw a woman. I only saw her once, but I think that it was the same woman that I'd feel in my dreams, possibly the same woman whose presence I'd felt when I'd wake up. My theory has always been that something happened to her, maybe in that apartment. So yeah, my theory does lean heavily on the existence of ghosts or spirits, but I don't know how else to explain it. One night I was cooking, a little later than I normally would, but I'd forgotten to eat almost all day because of studying and not letting any real light in. Now it was dark, but I still felt like getting a view of the night sky and some fresh air. As my noodles cooked, I made my way to the glass door, opened up the curtains, and cracked the door. As I looked up at the view, the windows were highly reflective since the indoor lights were still on. In the reflection, just behind me, I saw a woman sitting on my bed. She had blonde hair and was facing the other direction. She appeared to be crying. Could I hear her? Before that thought could really go anywhere, I instinctively gasped and turned around. No one was there. Quickly facing the glass door again, she was gone. After actually seeing someone outside of a dream, I decided that I'd figure out a way to ask my landlords or the owners of the home if anyone had ever reported something similar. I think at first they thought I was trying to think of an excuse to break my lease, but after talking further, they seemed to entertain my talking, though I didn't get any real answers. The couple had bought the house just 2 years before I had moved in, though it was built back in the early 50s. Many owners since its time of fruition, and according to the couple, they'd never heard of anything strange, but furthermore, I was their first tenant. So everything continued as it was, only school got more stressful and sleep became more precious than ever. I needed to figure out some way to sleep in peace and not disrupt my living situation. Now, some people may find this next part silly, but I really don't care. It worked. Also, I challenge others to be plagued by night terrors or visions and see what genius plans they come up with. Anyway, one night while lying in bed, I was already feeling emotional about the potential loss of sleep that I could experience, so I started speaking. I don't know who I was talking to, but I like to imagine it was the woman from my dreams. I asked her, "Do you need something from me?" Obviously, I got no response, so I just kept going. I told her that I was living here now, going to school. I told her who I was, and I asked who she was, with no response. Finally, I told her that I was sorry if something happened to her. I told her that as much as I wish I could change it all, I couldn't do that, but that I thought it was time that she moved on. I told her that sometimes the dreams were a little too scary, so much so that I couldn't sleep. I told her that she didn't have to leave, but that I thought she'd be happier if she did. I didn't have any dreams that night, or the remaining 2 years I was there, at least not those kinds of dreams. The only other thing that happened was the week I was moving out of that place. I was cleaning all the windows and walls. I got to the glass doors. I opened the curtains, and without any condensation in the room at all, I briefly saw a familiar handprint both appear and disappear, almost instantly. I considered that my official goodbye from the woman I'd silently shared my space with. It's always made me wonder, What exactly makes spirits stay in certain places? And do they have a choice? I just saw the strangest thing happen. Thankfully, my husband was driving, so he saw it too. Clear as day. He and I were driving home from the store. We live at a pretty high elevation, and it's been snowing off and on. It's coming down as I'm writing this, but it was only sprinkling lightly while we were driving home. Some accumulation on the grass, things like that. There's a small gravel road behind the grocery store that wraps around to the main street. I was sitting in the passenger seat. We're both looking straight out the window. The winds had been consistently moving the small flakes around, but in front of us, it looks like a focused breeze is swirling a pile of snow. It begins to gather and take the shape of a person walking towards the car. I quietly stared at it in complete disbelief. I thought my eyes had possibly deceived me by mixing the snow on the windshield with the background. But then my husband points to exactly where I'm staring and says, "What's going on over there?" We're about 20 yards away and already driving extra slow. I hate using this as a reference, but I literally can't think of another way to describe what we were watching, other than it looked like when Thanos does that snap thing and turns everyone to dust. It was like that, but reversed, and pure white snow. It was a fully formed, thin, human-shaped figure by the time we approached it. Then, all the snow separated again and fell straight down just before it reached my passenger window. We were both dumbstruck. My husband never lost pace with the 10 miles per hour speed limit on the road. A little further down, we saw another person forming. This one was walking at an angle in a different direction, further down the road. We watched again as gusts of wind blew the snowflakes around to create another human shape, but unique to the first one we saw. This one was taller, had broad shoulders. Then, like the first one, after a few seconds of exiting, becoming whole and walking a short distance, the wind scattered the flakes around, back to the grass. We didn't feel threatened or any impending doom. Uneasy, yes, and maybe if more started collecting around us, my account would be different, but mostly I was like, what the hell is happening over here? I'm a bit angry I had to witness something my mind couldn't process. Does snow stick to ghosts? Could this be paranormal? Because me and my husband, both hands down without a doubt, saw two different figures form and disappear in the snow. I can't wait for summer. Two years ago on Easter Sunday, I was living in a mountain cabin doing the homesteading thing. I finally had gotten back late at night after an entire day at my parents' house, and all I wanted to do was go to sleep. I grew up in the woods and slept outside more than inside, and I've always just really loved nature. If I had a choice, I was going to choose outdoors every time. It was the same with my cabin. I had a really nice bed, but I preferred taking my sleeping bag out to the gazebo. It was close enough to the stream to hear the running water, much better than any sleep noise app. In the 5 years I lived on that property, I genuinely can't begin to guess how many nights I spent out there without issue. There was never strange noises or tracks. Aside from a few snakes and foxes, nothing ever bothered my animals. It was just a really peaceful place to live. Then one night I woke up to what sounded like a small tree snapping in half. I thought a dead one had finally rotted through, but then I heard a set of footsteps. Something on two legs. I didn't have neighbors. The closest house was almost 10 miles away. No one should be in these woods. They were coming closer. I wanted to believe a hiker had gotten lost and found their way to my cabin. That was the only logical answer. But a cold dread surged through me with each step. I couldn't quite force myself to stand up. The bottom half of the gazebo was walled in. but the top half was just screened between the posts. Only when the footsteps were coming through the tree line could I finally bring myself to peek over the wall's edge. At first, there was only a tall silhouette moving towards me, but as it stepped into the moonlight, I began to notice certain features. Its eyes shined like an animal's, but it had the frame of a deformed, emaciated human. Its neck was too long, and its stick-thin arms hung lower than its waist. Its shoulders rose to a sharp point with every awkward step, and it definitely didn't have any hair or clothes. I sank back to the deck, afraid of being seen, and listened as it continued to draw closer. My heart was beating in my throat, and then stopped altogether when the footsteps came to a halt just a few yards away. They were replaced by the sound of heavy breaths, like the creature was searching out a scent, presumably my own. I didn't know if that thing would be afraid of me, or if it would try to attack. I didn't really want to find out. Enough time passed in this way for me to deeply regret not rushing inside when it was farther away. I could have at least reached my shotgun and stood a fighting chance, but now I was a sitting duck. I couldn't stop thinking about all of the people who have disappeared in the wilderness and wondering how many had only lost their way. It's easy to do, and it happens all the time. But what if some of these people had simply run into one of these things? When it finally began moving again, it had a strange sound that I'm not sure how to convey with letters. I don't even know what animal to relate it to. It certainly wasn't a human-made sound. This was more like a buck's mating call, mixed with an angry cat. And the figure passed directly next to the thin wall I hid behind. I kept expecting its hands to tear through the screen and pull me out of the gazebo, but it just kept going like it hadn't noticed me. I listened for at least another 10 or 15 minutes while it walked through my yard, making those awful noises. Then it finally began moving back towards the forest. Once it gained a little distance, I worked up the courage to take another peek over the side. It had a strange curve to its spine. It stood, slightly hunched over. It would have been at least 8 feet tall had it been standing straight. It was moving slowly, but I continued watching it until it was completely lost in the forest. I planned to give it another 30 minutes before retreating inside, just to make sure it was really gone. But I still couldn't force my legs to work. I kept imagining that the creature had only pretended to leave so that it could draw me out, and I ended up staying in the exact same spot until the sun rose. Sadly, that was the last time I slept outside. I've had no desire to go into the woods at all since that day, and I sold my land a few months later. Now I live in a double wide on 2 acres, where my neighbors are on the same road as myself. It's not crowded like in the city, so I kept some of my privacy. It could definitely be worse, but I do miss my old life sometimes. Even so, I just can't bring myself to go back. Maybe in a few more years I'll be able to go camping with friends again, but seeing something like this, it really changes your perspective. Sometimes I try to convince myself that it was all just a bad dream, but deep down, I know I was wide awake for at least a couple of hours before the sun came up, and I didn't sleep again until the following night. There's just no way I imagined it. Has anyone else seen something like this, or know what it could be? I grew up in the 80s, and my grandparents always came to our house for the holidays, but one year we had to go to theirs for Easter. That was the year my grandfather died, and he was too sick to travel at the time. I was 8, and my mom always talked about growing up in the country, but had never taken me out there herself. Not while I was old enough to remember, at least. I asked to go all the time, but there was always something else we had to do. Looking back, I understand she was just trying to keep me away from those woods. but I used to think that we were just really busy people. We drove out there that Sunday morning with plans to stay overnight and go home Monday, but we ended up leaving early. On the way, Mom warned me that the woods were filled with wildcats and wolves, so I wouldn't be allowed to go outside. That was pretty disappointing, since the whole reason I wanted to go was to play in the woods. I was old enough to understand my mom was an overprotective parent, but too young to recognize the genuine danger in a child wandering through the forest alone. After the holiday festivities ended, my cousins went home, and everyone was ready for bed. It was like 8 p.m. For the first time in my life, I didn't complain about an early bedtime. I stayed in my room long enough to make sure that everyone else had fallen asleep, and then I tried to sneak out my window, but it was nailed shut. It was surprising, but I didn't put any thought as to why, only that I now had to sneak out the back door. I took a flashlight, lighter, Snickers bar, and a bottle of water with me to feel like I was really going on an adventure, and then I crept out without being noticed. There was a small trail I followed into the woods. I have no idea how far I went, but I walked for at least 15 to 20 minutes before stopping by a fallen tree and trying to start a fire. I wanted to use the log as a bench like they do in the movies, so I set my stuff down and started gathering firewood. Soon, I had a small pile, and I used my candy wrapper as kindling, but once it was gone, the fire went out pretty quickly. I grew frustrated when my pile of damp limbs wouldn't stay lit. I chose to continue my journey instead. I pretended to be a big game hunter, searching for a grizzly bear, never dreaming I would actually run into a predator, let alone something out of a horror movie. A few minutes later, I heard growling ahead of me and froze in my tracks. That's when the danger really sank in. I didn't know what to do, so I tried to find the source with my light, but I couldn't see anything. Even so, the growl grew deeper and more menacing, like it was angry about the light. I was instantly nauseous. I really thought that I was going to puke. A surge of panic sent me running away, and the moment I turned around, something huge began moving through the treetops, chasing after me. It sounded big, like a big baboon. I was crying so hard that I couldn't see the ground in front of me, and I tripped over something that sent me sprawling. When I opened my eyes, I was flat on my back, staring straight up, and the flashlight was still in my hands. Without thinking, I pointed it into the trees. I saw a hulking black furry mass. It looked like a wolf, except it was the size of a man. I only caught a glimpse before it darted out of the light and retreated several feet away. But it continued to growl, like it wanted to tear me apart. I wasn't aware of it when everything was happening, but apparently I'd been screaming my head off the whole time. It woke everyone in the house. My mom and grandmother came running through the forest, wielding a shotgun, and found me lying there. Mom picked me up and rushed me away. Over her shoulder, I saw grandmother fire around into the trees, and there was a final loud snarl as we ran back to the house. I was in plenty of trouble, but on the way home the next day, I learned what happened to my mom in those woods. When she was 16, she had a similar experience walking the same trail with a friend. They'd stayed out a little late, and it got dark before they could make it back. They heard a strange sound off the path and saw a tall black dog creature eating a huge buck. The animal was shredded, and the creature dug into the body with its human-shaped hands and long claws instead of using its teeth. That was the last time she went into the forest until she had to come save me. I understand why she didn't just tell me the truth, but I would have been far less likely to sneak out if she'd been honest. Probably. Either way, we both learned a valuable lesson from the experience. She never lied to me again, and I haven't been in any forests since that day myself. I still don't really like to think about what happened. I'm not sure the exact time this happened, but it was around a year ago. My friends and I always enjoyed finding abandoned places to explore, whether it was a warehouse or a huge mansion, a racetrack once. There were 5 of us, and all of us had some sort of weapon just in case, and a flashlight. We had just finished exploring some old abandoned house when my friend mentioned he knew of a warehouse that had been abandoned for years, about 20 minutes away. So of course we all hopped in the car and took off, listening to our favorite songs. The experience was incredibly fun until the moment it happened. We all arrive and get out, and as we look for a way in, I realize I've been here before. So is my friend Pearson, who's right behind me. Both of us are indifferent about it. It's still fun to go look, so I find a gate to jump over. The gate will be a key factor in the future. I inform my other friends that I've been here before, and it's a pretty cool area, just small. We walk in and see paint tearing off the walls, smashed glass everywhere. The floor has a layer of trash, and a rancid smell reeks the entire time. You get used to it, however, so we didn't really have any complaints. But then I realized something. There's a basement. All of a sudden, my friend looks at me startled and says, "The basement door was open last time you were here." He's right, but for me, I don't necessarily get scared easily, so big deal. Who cares? Others have probably visited recently. Who knows? But this is where the scenery gets in your head. Everything is in ruins. You can see other rooms through the holes in the walls. Then the smallest corner in the far back of the warehouse is a slimy stairway down to a basement with a door to the left. I recall the previous time I went in and remember one key detail. The basement door only locks from inside. I tell all of my friends this cautiously and look down the shaded corridor into the darkness. I'm still not scared, but somewhat nervous, yet I have to prove myself to my friends. I go down. Every footstep creaks. I finally reach the door. I put my hand on the doorknob, about to twist it, when I hear something. Someone or something was breathing right behind the door. I'm in disbelief. There's no possible way someone's locked themselves back there. I twist the handle. It's locked. I quickly shuffle up the stairs when the worst part happens. The door downstairs opened. I've never run for my life, but in that moment I did. I didn't know what happened. We were all rushing as fast as possible through the building, and we could hear noises behind us. We didn't know if we were knocking stuff over or if whatever was behind the door was chasing us. I run a lot, so I was the first one outside. I see my hope, the gate. All I have to do is plant my foot, hop, and climb over. Foot's planted. I jump. A hand grabs my hoodie and pulls me down to the floor. And it's my friend. I won't reveal his name. He's grabbed my jacket and pulled me down to the floor. I understood in that moment he was panicking and was the most non-athletic, so I let him go ahead, helping him. Plus, he was driving, and I needed that car to be started and ready to go. I hopped the fence to get to everyone in the car. I'm the last one to enter the car as I hear the noise, something that sounds like someone smashing whatever is near them inside the warehouse. I don't know what happened there, nor did any of us care to find out. I worked as a cook at a hospital. The kitchen facility was always dark, and I was usually alone when I got there. It was an eerie feeling, being the first one to arrive, prepare breakfast in a dimly lit space. But I never thought much of it until one morning, when things took a turn. As I started to prepare the food, I noticed that items I needed were mysteriously going missing. It felt as though someone was playing a trick on me, moving things around when I wasn't looking, but I was alone. Still, I called out, searching the kitchen, but no one was there. Eventually, I brushed it off as my own mistake, absent-mindedness. But the strange occurrences continued. They happened every day. I was beginning to feel frustrated while also rather unnerved. So, I decided to mentally mark the location of each item before taking my eyes off of them. To my surprise, even with being constantly vigilant, the items still went missing or were misplaced. It became clear that something was trying to communicate something with me, but I couldn't comprehend the intentions. One day, I guess I was visibly distressed or more distracted than usual. A coworker, who's also a friend, noticed and asked what was going on. I hesitantly shared my experiences, and to my relief, she responded and said, "It's happening to you too?" We realized that the same unsettling events had been occurring to her as well. The two of us discussed the strange happenings, trying to make sense of it all. Meanwhile, there was this janitor who worked at the hospital, someone who had always given me an uneasy feeling. There was something peculiar about him. He had an intense fascination with rats, but it went beyond the love and adoration people have for them. He seemed to worship them, proclaiming that humans were the real rats. His obsession with the creatures made me feel uneasy, but out of fear, I tried to make peace with him, always being polite, greeting him whenever I met his presence. Still, he wasn't friendly, only shooting me sarcastic smirks in response. Oftentimes, I felt like he was leaning into his creepiness, trying to create more unease. One morning, driven by curiosity and suspicion, I found myself outside the janitor's closet. As I peered through the slightly ajar door, I witnessed a sight that both terrified and confused me. The janitor was inside, surrounded by a shrine of rat photos and memorabilia, chanting words that I couldn't understand, but I knew them to be Latin. I was much less stealthy as I quickly moved away from the door and back to my area. How was something like this allowed to take place inside a hospital? From that moment on, the activity in the hospital escalated. I couldn't help but feel like it was my fault. I shouldn't have gone snooping. And did he know? The thought scared me, but I remained my normal self, kept up with my greetings, etc. Things continued to go missing, but now, whatever entity was haunting me seemed agitated. It would slam oven doors, knock objects off shelves, all in my presence. I tried my best to set aside my fear and carry on. This wasn't a job I could afford to lose. But then I started hearing a voice that could only be described as demonic. It called my name, taunting me, filling me with a sense of dread like I've never felt in my life. Still, to this day, I've never felt such a feeling, and I survived a major flood in my hometown just 2 years later. This feeling, it goes unmatched. Desperate for answers, I sought out my friend to explain the escalating events. As we spoke, the janitor appeared, staring at us with an intensity that gave us both chills. While walking away, my friend made a comment to the janitor, almost mocking him for his obsession with rats. I don't know why she did this, but right as she did, I grabbed her arm, trying to convey that she should stop. Before he walked away, he turned, cast a malevolent gaze at both of us. Suddenly, the top of the coffee pot in front of us started shaking violently before flying off, landing directly in front of the janitor. Things only got worse from there. A shadow began to manifest, initially appearing in various rooms, but whenever it entered a room, the patient inside would go into a cold blue, often resulting in their demise. It was a horrifying pattern to witness. with the shadow seemingly having a real influence over life and death. Are we the only ones that were seeing this? No, we weren't. One nurse had deemed the hospital haunted, but didn't liken it to the janitor himself. It's always been haunted, she said very nonchalantly. But then there was the doctor that had had a disagreement with the janitor. Moments after their encounter, an obvious and loud one outside of an OR. The doctor, who had been in perfect health, seemed to suddenly collapse to the floor, writhing in pain from kidney stones. It is possible it's completely unrelated, but I didn't like the pattern I was seeing. It was becoming increasingly harder to ignore, increasingly harder to hide my fear. My friend didn't appreciate how scared I had become at work, daily, so instead of taking my advice and ignoring the janitor, she seemed to antagonize him further, telling him to take his voodoo elsewhere. He only laughed, but he would walk by her and shake his hands at her like he was casting some sort of spell, and then would continue laughing as he walked away. My suspicions of the janitor, they grew stronger when he asked me about my friend. He specifically mentioned the rude comment that she had made about rats in his presence. Was he trying to tell me something was wrong with her? Panic consumed me as I frantically searched for my friend. Eventually, I discovered that my friend had experienced a family emergency. The timing and the strange events surrounding it made me question whether the janitor had somehow manifested something evil through his bizarre practices. In the end, overwhelmed by fear and uncertainty, I made the decision to quit my job at that hospital. The experiences I had endured in the presence of the janitor, they tainted my perception of the entire place. As I left, I couldn't help but wonder if the janitor had really unleashed some sort of malevolent force. But I felt extreme relief, never stepping foot in there again. Dear Mom Squad, I do seek advice, but I'm keeping this anonymous, for reasons I hope are obvious or at least understood. My daughter, who we'll call Allie, is about to turn 13. Yikes. A little over a month ago, she really started grilling me about how she managed to get a set of scars, 2 distinct lines stretching from her left shoulder to the middle of her neck, with no recollection of it. For years, whenever she'd look at them in the mirror and ask, I would remind her that she'd fallen off a horse and gotten a concussion when she was 6. Thankfully, the brush she tumbled into was easy on her bones, but the thorns weren't so nice to her skin. 7 years later, she's looking through a more investigative lens and starting to ask real questions while understanding the world around her. I do my best to answer truthfully. Recently, she asked, if I fell into thorn bushes and hit my head, why don't I have more scars on me? I say, guess you got lucky. However, she's right. The scars aren't from a horse accident. I'm sure there would have been more scars. But I've told the same story for so long, I can't change the narrative without fully coming clean. What is true, Allie was 6 when she received the long cuts down her shoulder to the middle of her neck, and she did sustain a very serious concussion during the incident. She had to receive over 30 stitches and almost bled out on the way to the hospital. Her eyes opened in the ambulance. Then, her heart stopped for a short amount of time. She was brought back to life at the hospital. Allie thinks that her memory loss was just a few days before and after the fall. But there wasn't really a fall. The real timeline was over 12 days before it all happened. Her memory wiped completely of it all. We feared that she was possessed. The sweet daughter I once had became violent and loud. Her eyes even changed colors. We're not a religious family. We don't give in to the whole angel-demon idea, But it was undeniable that something evil had gotten a hold of Allie's spirit, and it wouldn't let go for 12 long days. She refused to eat, and her organs began to shut down. Doctors couldn't help. On the verge of death, I was desperate and I hired a psychic. After meeting with my daughter, they strongly recommended contacting the church. Jesus seemed to be the collective word with anyone we asked. We had no other choice, no options. I called right after the psychic left, and after a brief conversation, members of the clergy were at my house early the next morning. Allie glared at the men as they walked into the bedroom. I'll never forget that look. It was almost as if the demon was punishing me for bringing them in. Allie produced a razor blade. She'd hidden it beneath her tongue. That's when she leaned back and started dragging it across her shoulder and up her neck, cutting herself. It took me and both of the pastor's strength to wrestle the blade from her hand, all of us getting cut in the process. She fights back with incredible strength. We get her arms and legs pinned, and I call 911. While the pastors are holding her down, she starts banging the back of her head off of the ground until she knocks herself unconscious. Her eyes opened in the ambulance, but they eventually closed after she was sedated. Allie would spend 3 days in a coma. When she woke up, the color of her eyes were back to normal. She was confused, and that's when I learned that her last memory was from over 12 days ago. At first she was scared, didn't know why she was hooked up to all the IVs. I quickly made up the story about the horse, and it seemed to work. She had horseback riding lessons every Tuesday, so it wasn't so far-fetched at the time. I didn't know what else to do. I still don't. I'm afraid talking about it might stir everything up again. Is this something that I should tell my daughter? Would you? The priest didn't even have a chance to bless the place before emergency services were called. But I believe the demon left her body when her heart stopped. I don't want her to have to think about that. I don't want to tell her I don't know when she asks if it could happen again. What do I do? I guess when it comes down to it, what's going to traumatize my daughter less? Lying to her and possibly building a bridge of distrust in our communication, or the latter? I don't know. It really feels like a secret I could take to my grave. But Mom Squad, it takes a village, and I'm in need of guidance. Thank you. My grandpa spent his life on fishing boats in the North Sea, and he passed down a lot of stories before his stroke in 2016. Most of them involved giant waves, sinking ships, or piracy, but there was one instance he only spoke of a few times. If you aren't familiar with the North Sea, it's among the most dangerous bodies of water in the world. Grandpa worked on one of the larger boats, but even the biggest get tossed around like toys. Severe storms appear suddenly and unpredictably. The waves were so violent that the men were thrown about the ship without warning. Broken bones and concussions were just routine hazards of the job. Of course, that was nothing compared to falling overboard. That's why any man walking on the deck was tethered to a safety line. The day in question was one of the rare brighter days, but those came with their own dangers. Pirates were far more active on those occasions. Grandpa was one of the men posted to keep watch while the others brought in the nets. These giant nets were lifted with a crane and capable of supporting more than 1,000 pounds, so we're talking durable stuff here. But this time, it only rose a few feet before coming to a grinding halt. Grandpa had a better view from his position, but even he could only see the line disappearing beneath the surface. The crane was under too much strain and quickly switched off, but the awful grinding noise didn't stop. Next, the line suddenly went slack. The net was rising again, but only for a second. It then went tight with great force, and seemed to be pulled out to sea. The ship was dragged behind it for a short distance before the line fell slack again. While most of the crew were distracted with bringing in the net, my grandpa and 2 others were still watching the water. They saw a giant ripple appear. It was more than 3 times the length of the boat as something began rising to the surface. Grandpa thought that he was about to see some kind of military submarine, but instead, it was a fishtail half the size of a blue whale. Not that you typically see blue whales in the North Sea, but it's supposed to be the largest creature in the world. Yet here was something that had an equally as large of a tail, possibly bigger. Only the finned part emerged, and it quickly disappeared again with a hard slap that sent a dangerous wave crashing into the side of the ship. You never want a wave to hit you from the side. They're lucky it didn't take them down, but it did knock Grandpa from his post. If not for the safety line, I would have probably never been born. When order was finally restored, the empty net was pulled back onto the boat. Something had ripped it apart. The ends hadn't been cut or chewed through. They had been pulled apart by brute force. Men who spend their lives at sea tend to be a superstitious bunch, and these guys were no different. By the time they learned what Grandpa and the other 2 witnessed, they were all ready to sail back to port, even though they had 3 weeks left on the hitch. I guess a lot of people would find a new profession, but there weren't a lot of job opportunities in my family's area, so my grandfather spent another 30 years at sea before finally retiring. It was a common lifestyle where they were from. My dad moved to the U.S. for college, where he met my mother, and we've been in Illinois ever since. I don't put much stock into ghosts or monsters, but we don't know what the hell might be out there in the oceans. I don't play when it comes to that stuff. Seaside Sanatorium, Waterford, Connecticut. Back in 2002, my friends and I did some old-fashioned trespassing that turned kind of terrifying. The building had been abandoned for 4 or 5 years by this point. We thought, let's bring some alcohol, some flashlights, and just see if this place was as scary as everyone ramped it up to be. Right when we got inside, it was obvious we weren't the first ones with this idea. Leftover alcohol, a makeshift Ouija board, some pentagrams, and other random shit that littered the floor. After messing with that stuff, we decided to explore in 2 groups, each on opposite ends of the building. When we regrouped, our flashlights, the ones with fresh batteries, started to flicker. While we were all standing together, discussing what happened, we discovered that what we were hearing couldn't have been each other. The whispers, they weren't us messing around. The obnoxious sounds of doors slamming. Then, while standing together discussing what had happened, we heard a door slam in the distance. With that, we ran, and in our hurry, leaving our own alcohol behind. Years ago, I became good friends with my neighbor across the street. We both had young children, and we spoke and/or saw each other almost every day. Probably 6 years into our friendship, she developed leukemia and only lived 1 more year. She was 35. One day, I was looking out my front window, and I saw the car she used to drive pass by, turn around, and then it pulled up to the curb in front of her house and parked. I continued to watch, and I saw her husband and her 3 children get out of the car. The car was a light blue station wagon, one that she used to drive the kids around in, and her husband still had it. As I continued to watch, I saw her husband and the kids walk up to the front door of the house and go in. A moment or 2 later, I saw my friend get out of the car and walk to the door. I couldn't believe what I was seeing, but I knew for sure that it was her. I knew because when she got to the front door, she turned, looked at me, and waved. Then she, too, went into the house. I think she was telling me that everything was okay. I'll never forget that. I worked as a funeral director and embalmer for 26 years. During that time, I lived full-time in 3 separate funeral homes and spent countless nights sleeping or catching short naps on a sofa in a visitation room, often when a very long day would end at 3 or 4 in the morning and the next busy day had to start at 6 or 7. While I truly believe a lot of paranormal activity took place all around, I believe most was so subtle it was easily explained away, ignored, or simply not noticed if you didn't want to. For example, whispering voices when alone in the building, footsteps where no one's walking, turning a corner and seeing a dark figure turn the corner at the far end of the hallway, things like that. While there were a few more distinct occurrences, the one that had the biggest impact happened early in my career. It was late one night in a funeral home that had once been a single-family home and converted into this building. The building had one long, straight hallway running through the center of the building, with offices, viewing rooms, bathrooms, etc. on either side. Both the front and rear doors were made of glass, and looking in either one was like looking in a mirror, especially at night. We had had a visitation, viewing or wake, depending on where you're from. It lasted from 10:30 to 11 p.m. In the funeral business, you never know what could happen during the night, and since I was the lowest-ranking person on staff, it was my job to stay and make sure the entire building was emptied, cleaned, and prepared for whatever may be needed the following day. As I was vacuuming the main hallway, I looked up, and just as clearly as I could see my own reflection, I saw a little girl, maybe 6 or 7 years old, walk across the hall behind me from our casket selection room into our business office. At first, it didn't cross my mind that it was anything unusual. Children wander out at slower paces than the rest of the crowd constantly, because people simply aren't paying attention in their state of grief. But at the time, it was past midnight now, and so this would officially be a child that's been left behind. I turned and started to search the building. I started with where I'd seen her go. I realized after a while, I really was alone. I spent a good 10 minutes searching a small business office with only 2 locked exits, a locked window, and no little girl to be found. While I never let these things keep me from doing my job, I will admit that when vacuuming that hallway, I never looked up. I always kept my eyes on the carpet to make sure I never missed a spot. At one point in time, I was an embalmer for a large chain of funeral homes in the city. My embalming suite was on the 3rd floor of an ancient building. It had once been 2 houses that were later combined into a mortuary. There were old sepia-tinted photographs of the horse-drawn hearse out front on the cobblestone street in one of the back storerooms. So this place had had a lot of bodies that had come in and out of its doors by the time I was employed. At that business, our policy was to embalm ASAP, no waiting until the break of dawn to begin if someone should pass in the evenings. It just tends to go better if the tissue isn't refrigerated cold. So there were many times that I'd be alone past midnight in that creepy old place. We had a little apartment in the attic that we embalmers could go up and use for sleep, given our erratic schedule. I was fine once up the stairs, but every time I went up them, I had a panicked feeling of being chased or pursued. I'd stumble run up the flight each time and got a fair bit of ribbing from my colleagues for it too. The only incident, though, that can't be written off to imagination happened late one evening when I wasn't alone. My colleague was finishing a difficult embalming that had taken him some time. He had a routine in place that always ended with him washing the instruments and lying them on a towel, neat and precise rows of stainless steel. He had OCD, I suspect, because he would sooner be late to an appointment than not leave them in this manner. He was exiting the suite when I arrived with the next client. He told me he was going up to the apartment for a rest and to let him know if I needed help. I waved him off. As I was wheeling in the deceased to the suite, we both heard it. Giggles, distinct giggling of multiple children, coming from down a floor in the lobby area. We looked at each other, my eyes wide, his puzzled and squinting. Wordlessly, we walked to the hall that allowed us to see down the stairs into the lobby. It was dark and silent. We crept down the stairs. Nothing. No one but us two. My coworker shrugged and we went back upstairs. I reached the door of the suite and pushed it open. Nobody was there, but I did see something that made me call out for my colleague. His instruments were in a jumbled pile on the towel. Not only jumbled, they were hooked together strangely, like a blade through a scissor handle and a hemostat clamped onto a needle. He sauntered into the suite at my calls and stopped short seeing the instruments. Jaw dropped. Needless to say, I allowed him to help me embalm so that we could both get the heck out of there. My wife, girlfriend at the time, in the 90s, worked at a hospital that was built in the 1800s. It'd been converted into palliative care at some point. There were modern wings added and another section with low care units, a bit like single-level cabins in a garden setting. That area was for those who were still independent enough to take care of themselves but needed to be close to medical assistance. Some of the original old building remained in use, and it had numerous areas where cold drafts, stubborn doors, and other issues existed. The best one was a door that would lock and then completely unlock itself later, with nobody around to turn the lock. Anyway, my wife got a ride from a neighbor who also worked there, but on Fridays, that lady would finish up at lunch, and my wife would work a full day, so I would go and pick her up, about 40 minutes each way. Because traffic was unpredictable, I always gave myself an hour to get there. I would wait outside the brick cottage used as an office on an old church pew. Some of the older residents from the low care units would wander around the grounds. It was a beautiful rural setting, and they would say hello. After a few weeks, I came to know Ken. He was in his 80s and lived in low care. He had some ongoing issues and would spend days at a time in the hospital and then be back home for a few weeks. He worked out my routine, and each Friday, he'd be sitting on that church pew waiting for me. I enjoyed talking to him. He was full of life experience, and he'd seen and done so much in his younger years. He loved sharing those stories, and I loved listening to them. Ken had a 1980s Toyota Celica. He couldn't drive it anymore, but he didn't want to sell it. When his family came to see him, he'd make them drive him around in it. He would always ask me to take him out for a drive, but I barely knew the man, and I didn't want to drive an unfamiliar car. Besides, I only had 20 minutes or so before I'd be on my way. Ken was an avid golf player. He told me how his son came to visit him once a week, confirmed by my wife. He said they'd go out in the Celica. I assumed they were going to golf. Ken would recount how well he did, telling me about plowing the ball into the rough or scoring 3 birdies in a row. He also kept count of the balls that went into the water. Each week was a different story. Some weeks he would be 3 over once his handicap was taken up. Other times he played really well and was 1 under after handicap. I wasn't into golf myself, but my dad and brother played all the time, so I was familiar with it. His stories were always different and so well told. Once the week's golf game highlights were covered, he'd tell me about his time as a young man in the Air Force and World War II stories. He stayed in the Air Force for many years as a mechanic, becoming a team leader and training instructor for new mechanics. Eventually, he became a trade teacher at a technical college and did that for 10 or so years before retiring. He had stories about machining new parts out of whatever they could to make things work. Failures, funny workshop incidents, and then funny student stories from the college period. A whole lot of entertainment for me. I found myself leaving earlier and earlier on Fridays just so I could spend more time with him. Occasionally I'd turn up and he wouldn't be there, but then my wife would tell me that he's in the hospital for a stint. I actually found myself missing our little chats. About 9 months of this and things changed. This particular Friday seemed like we were back to normal. He wasn't in the hospital anymore, and back on the church pew. He recounted the week's golf game. I desperately had to visit the restroom, so I excused myself. When I came back, he was gone. I told my wife, and she said, "Oh, sorry, I forgot to tell you. Ken passed away earlier this week." But I was just there, talking to him, before I went to the toilet. He told me about the golf game. How could that be? Are you sure it's the same Ken? The following week, I noticed his car had moved from the usual spot under the carport to the visitor parking area. In its place was a large 4-wheel drive with a big trailer on the back, partially loaded with furniture and boxes. It made me stop. It seemed like confirmation he was gone, but I was still hoping he was alive and well. After all, I'd been talking to him a week earlier. I walked down to the unit and found his son cleaning out the contents. I introduced myself. He knew about me. Ken told him about our Friday chats. He confirmed his dad had passed the prior Tuesday. I didn't want to upset him, so I kept quiet about how I'd spoken to him the week before, 3 days after he died. But I now had confirmation that it wasn't the human body of Ken sitting on that church pew talking to me. He went on to say that his dad loved an audience, and he hoped he didn't bore me. Quite the opposite, actually. We spoke for a bit about some of the funny stories he'd shared, that from the Air Force, war stories. I told him how impressed I was that Ken was still so sharp that he could recount each week's golf game. He looked puzzled. "Golf game?" he said. Yes, he would recount in great detail each week's game. He then told me that Ken hadn't played golf in at least 10 years. He used to play professionally with his wife, but that he gave it up a long time ago. I was stunned. His son then explained that he used to pick up Ken each Thursday, go to the cemetery to visit Ken's wife's grave, then onto the cafe for lunch before doing some grocery shopping, topping off the car with fuel and returning home. A good 4 or 5 hours all up, about how long I would expect him to take for a round of golf. He never once mentioned any of those activities. It amazes me that he could recount so much detail. The golf stories, I guess they had to be past experiences, as the play-by-play detail that he gave, it just couldn't be made up. So anyway, that's my story about Ken. When I first started working at an assisted living facility with other caregivers, they would warn me about the full moons, how our residents would always act up. I never believed it until I saw it for myself. This isn't exactly what I'm going to write about, but it's something that most night shifters can agree is a real phenomenon. So I figured I'd start with that piece. Anyway, we used to have this resident. She was very spiritual, very cognitively blessed, considering why she was there. She was sharp and only rarely showed her dementia symptoms. One night she came to me, quietly rolling her wheelchair down the hall. She said, "Jessica," in her lovely, timid voice, and I responded in a manner matching her own quietness. She said she needed to talk to me, and I said, "Sure thing." So we went to a secluded area and sat down. She looked me right in the eyes and said, "Lee has the death angel lurking around him." I was shocked. Being a spiritual person myself, I didn't doubt her. Honestly, I was just scared. She could sense my fear, and assured me that the Death Angel was very peaceful, only here to help people cross. After getting it off her chest, she quietly wheeled her way back to her room. I was still slightly in a daze after hearing such a thing, and I tried to forget about it because honestly, it terrified me to know that a powerful entity, it could be lurking around in these very halls. 2 days later, I showed up for my shift, and while the previous staff was giving me the pass down, she said, "Lee isn't with us anymore." My fellow nurses and I have seen a spirit-like mist rise from the body as a patient died. Scared the hell out of me the first time. After that, I just accepted that the patient had been released from their suffering. One that stuck with me was when I had a patient suddenly tell me his friend was there, and that he wanted him to come with him. Instead of a human, I saw a mist-like blob at the foot of his bed. The man didn't know that his friend, also horribly burned in the same accident, had died a few minutes before. Naturally, we didn't tell him because we didn't want to make his last hours grief-stricken. I told him if he wanted to go with his friend, it was okay. Minutes later, he did. The 2 other nurses beside me saw the mist rise, and they seemed to pass through the window together. I didn't use names here, but I'll never forget them. Neither of them were survivable, so we became the last new friends they ever made. A story from my shameless youth. I grew up in Portland, Oregon. Every pawn shop knows me from those days. All of us go way back. If I walked into any of those places and the same people were still working there, they look upon me with a familiar, light-hearted gaze. They'd see through the wrinkles I've acquired over time. They'd remember my bright blue eyes as I batted my lashes, trying to act cute while haggling over a couple dollars difference when the man behind the counter lowballed the 4 VCRs my boyfriend recently shoplifted. I think I got $30 that time. Shoplifting at the mall wasn't all my boyfriend did. His main gig was parking lot smash and grabs and the occasional home invasion. He didn't usually share how he acquired the things he stole. Our little apartment was filled with the useless shit we couldn't pawn. Some nice things we wanted to keep, but most of our surfaces were cluttered with junk. Incomplete sets that would be worth triple if one more piece was found. Machines a few parts short before they'd be back to new again. That kind of stuff. A lot of it. He once came home with a beautiful pearl necklace that, to this day, I believe was haunted. Something had attached itself to that necklace, and it wasn't happy about us being the new owners. The pearls were placed in a vanity drawer that I would find fully opened again and again after consciously knowing I closed it the time before. It was a drawer that I never used, and yet I'd leave the bathroom and it would be open by the time I returned. The incidents didn't stay isolated to the pearls, because once the presence was acknowledged, it became real. I got home from work one night. Boyfriend was sitting on the porch, freezing cold, smoking a cigarette. I asked what he's doing out there. He looked even more disheveled than usual. I jokingly asked if he got a lace joint, trying to break the weird silence and get him to open up. He tells me why he's standing out there, but his stoic face didn't melt. He had rings under his eyes like he'd been crying, and his eyes teared up again when he told me what happened. He'd only gotten home about 10 minutes earlier. When he walked inside, our bedroom door on the opposite wall was open, allowing him to see directly into our room. He said he made eye contact with someone hiding under the bed. He thought it was me until the figure quickly crawled backwards, pushing further under the bed until it disappeared. Where it retreated to would have been impossible with the way that our bed was positioned against the wall. I don't know if his story made me paranoid, but a few days later, after I'd gotten out of the shower, I was toweling myself off near the bed, and I felt cold fingers grab one of my ankles. The cold grip surprised me, and its release was as sudden as its grab. I thought my leg had become tangled in cords at first, but after I kicked, I didn't feel a weight lifted away. It was like I was kicking out of something rather than kicking something off to untangle. Like lifting your leg out of long, wet grass or mud. I felt the tension pull back just before it let go. I took the towel off my head and looked down. Nothing was near my feet that I could have unconsciously wrapped my foot in. I was rushing to work that day and didn't think anything past it being a minor inconvenience that I forgot about during the next preparation task. Boyfriend was already shaken up, so I didn't add my story to his. What he'd seen scared him enough to make him not want to go into our bedroom, unless absolutely necessary. We slept on the living room couch for a few nights after that, until I could convince him to use our bed again. Neither of us associated the pearls with what was going on yet. I believed something strange and was leaning towards something paranormal, especially with the vanity drawer. But the necklace hadn't been the obvious culprit until I wore it. There was a handful of times, I swear, it felt like it was snagged from behind and it pulled up to my neck, right under my jaw. I would also slowly develop a rash that resembled burn marks around the areas where the pearls made contact. When the welts formed, I treated it like an allergic reaction. Allergies had never been a problem for me, but there could have been a chemical on the necklace that irritated my skin. The rashes wouldn't clear up. No matter what creams or pills I used to treat the bumps, they had no effect. The pearls were tossed back into the vanity drawer, and I'd continue the routine of finding it open and closing it when I used the bathroom. Then, on one of these visits, I happened to glance down into the extended drawer and saw that the necklace was missing. My boyfriend didn't take it. I don't know how long it's been missing since I noticed. Closing the drawer became such an absent-minded task, I usually just bumped it with my hip while I turned off the lights. Footsteps would trail around the apartment when we were alone and the other one was at work. It never felt like we were the only ones there. The apartment felt like a gloom had moved in that we'd never shared as a couple up until that moment. The atmosphere was depressing, with no obvious reason as to why we felt so down. I started waking up with migraines after experiencing extremely realistic and scary nightmares. My boyfriend's sleep was becoming interrupted, equal to mine. He was woken up when I started screaming in my sleep on account of the terrible dreams I was having. I'd either wake myself up from this or he'd have to jostle my body in order to stop my screams. We wanted to move, blaming all the misfortune on our apartment being haunted, but unfortunately, we couldn't break the lease. We were also broke. We needed to save up for these changes. A retail worker and professional burglar don't make as much as one may think. First and last month's rent couldn't be scrounged together or pawned overnight. Our living room walls were decorated with neon signs that would all flicker together. None of them had settings to do anything but stay glowing. So why were they doing this now? A smaller glass piece that was shaped into a baseball glove would fall off of its fastened hook and crash into the other signs like a house of glass cards. All but around 3 or 4 survived. The rest became sharp slivers in the carpet left of the front door. The hook that held up the neon glove was still in the wall, meaning this neon piece of art would have had to have been lifted straight up and over its hook in order to fall off. The destruction happened when we were sitting in the living room watching TV together. Boyfriend had been collecting these neon signs for years. He'd even had pieces that he paid for with his own money hanging on that wall. Our lease was up in 5 months. During that time, we waited patiently while our home felt more and more like a haunted house. It used to be nice coming home. Now we'd dread when the other one had to leave, and we'd never looked forward to going back after our shifts ended. A coworker of mine had a litter of puppies that she was trying to adopt off. Boyfriend and I thought about getting a puppy. We decided that it would brighten up the somber feeling we were having. The next afternoon, I brought home a little lab mix that we named Biscuits. He's a very energetic pup, and insists on smelling around each and every corner of his new surroundings. Our attention and affection is spent all on Biscuits, and we can't help but feel cheerier the moment he enters the apartment. That night that we brought Biscuits home, he's wandering around in the bedroom. I'm out in the living room. Boyfriend goes to work. The TV's on low and I'm playing on my phone. I hear Biscuits whimpering, and his whimpering is becoming more strained, and I get up to see what he's gotten into. I make a couple loops around the apartment and realize this puppy is nowhere to be found. I started frantically crawling around, trying to listen for his squeaks and barks to get an idea of where he was. I narrow it down to the bedroom and look under the bed to see Biscuit's neck tangled in something under there. I dive in, trying to free him from whatever's strangling him. When I reach my arms far enough to free him, I feel a strand of round pearls wrapped around his neck. I pull Biscuits out and through the necklace on the bed. I'd been pacing for hours, so right when my boyfriend got home that night, I told him my theory on the pearls. I told him we needed to get rid of them. He agreed. They had to go, and so off to the pawn shop he went. But before he left, I told him, don't pawn them, don't sell them. Just take them back to wherever you got them or throw them away. Something felt wrong about selling them, or giving them to some other person to deal with their own horrors. I have no idea what he ended up doing with them, but I was happy to have it far away from me. I never considered things being legitimately cursed until this. Oddly enough, everything stopped. Everything was back to normal. So much so that when the time came, we even signed another lease. When I retell this, I'm going to speak frankly and matter of fact, because whether or not someone believes in its authenticity won't change how real it was for me. Family, friends, therapists, doctors, nobody I've ever confided in has truly heard this story and believed me. My sincerity only made the people I told more uncomfortable. I couldn't blame them. It's hard for me to say if I would have believed myself. I recognized how outlandish I was sounding. I stopped telling people. I stopped asking questions. I accepted this new life as real. The answer to my questions was that there was no question. When I was 11 years old, my brother Aiden and I were kicking the football around in our family's driveway. After a missed shot, the ball took a bounce off the corner of the garage and into the road. I wouldn't say we lived on a busy street by any means, but cars did fly up and down our road frequently. I see one of these cars cruising up 90 meters ahead. Initially, my concerns are on the ball getting popped. It wasn't the first time we'd watched one of our footballs get run over after rolling into the street. We did our best to chase it down before it bounced off the curb. The boundaries of our pursuits were outlined by our property and fiercely enforced by our parents. Both of us had received reprimands about leaving the driveway earlier that week chasing after a ball, and we would have been grounded if we did it again. When Aiden leapt off the sidewalk and followed after the ball, I couldn't believe he'd risk both of our summer freedom by disobeying the rules. I knew I'd be equally associated standing on the sidewalk, watching him dash out there like a fool. As he ran past me, my reflexes sprang my arms out for him, but my fingertips just missed his collar. Frantically, I started yelling his name. Aiden's completely unaware of the vehicle speeding his way. It was a red Ford Escort. The driver was looking down, but at the very last moment, before completely smashing into Aiden. The lady glances up and spins the steering wheel. The tires screech and Aiden turns with a jaw-dropped, shocked expression as the car comes within centimeters of hitting him. The back tires fishtail, sending the car up onto the sidewalk and heading straight towards me. It all happened too fast for me to react. When she hits me, the car goes straight over top of me. The woman crashes through our neighbor's fence into their garden. This causes our neighbors to run out and see what had happened. Parts of my body were crushed by the weight, and I can't feel my legs. Fading in and out of consciousness, one of the neighbors began CPR on me, while the other called an ambulance. The man becomes a muddled oval of dark colors as he's performing compressions over me. Then, the dark colors grew into a solid black when I felt my eyes close. When I wake up, I'm no longer in the amount of pain I was previously in. I can feel pressure from the wrap around my head. I try to move my arms and I notice that my left arm is in a cast. And aside from other minor cuts and abrasions, I was doing way better than how I thought I'd be doing after going under a car. I kicked my legs around under the white sheets. I could feel them again, and they had no injuries on them. I'm so happy at that point that I'm about to hyperventilate. I hear movement next to my bed and see a doctor standing beside me. When I opened my eyes, she happily told me, "Welcome back. Your surgery was a success. I'll let your parents know you're awake." Then she walked out of the room. There's another hospital bed across from mine, a field of vision previously blocked by the doctor. I didn't expect to see Aiden there, and I'm thoroughly confused when he's also bloodied and banged up. His face is swollen and red. His limbs are absent of any casts or splints. He's casually playing a Kirby game on his handheld. He pauses the game when he sees my puzzled stare. Aiden mimics my facial expression in a dramatic, contorted way before asking why I'm looking at him like that. Him being there bewildered me. I asked how he got hurt. Aiden rolls his eyes. He thinks I'm milking the head injury. "Stop playing. You're not that drugged up." I feel tears fall down my cheek. Aiden also sees the genuine emotion when I ask again for him to tell me what happened. With a rushed tone, he sounded annoyed having to remind me why we were laying in hospital beds. He says, "You just woke up from surgery. You now have a long piece of metal and a bucket of nails inside your forearm helping the bones fuse together. Your little narcotic nap just wore off." He again accuses me of faking my amnesia, reminding me that he had the same surgery a few years ago on his leg. He tells me that morphine doesn't wipe the brain. It was my first time waking up from an unconscious state like that, but I could still differentiate the tired fog of my pain medication from the feeling that I was missing a piece of the story, one that would let my last memory and the current setting that I was in line up in an understandable way. I was run over by a car today. Saying it out loud made me recoil, thinking about how terrifying it had all been. Aiden corrects me, saying, "You weren't run over. We were hit by that car and sent flying into the neighbor's yard." In his version of the story, Aiden didn't leave the sidewalk to retrieve the ball. Both of us stood on the sidewalk and watched the driver of the red car turn their head up and swerve. Aiden managed to push both of us backwards, and instead of the car hitting us head on, we were both hit by the left headlight and spun like rag dolls. I was out for a couple of minutes, but by the time medics arrived on scene, I was already apparently up and walking around. I was put under once more so that they could do my surgery. I couldn't believe it, even though the evidence was right in front of me. Aiden was wearing different clothing from what he had originally gone out with. Leaving the house that day, he was wearing his red Manchester United t-shirt. Now he was wearing a white YMCA shirt, one that I'd never seen before. I asked him where he got that shirt. He gives me a weird look and says, "My Y shirt? Got it from the laundry this morning." He told me he'd been wearing it all day. I look down, and my clothes are different too. They're still torn and bloodied from the accident, but what I'd put on that day was different. There were other little things that I began noticing that started leading me down the rabbit hole. Everything was the same, but there were slight changes I kept seeing. But after my brother's reaction, I didn't keep pointing out the oddities I found. When my mom walked into the hospital room, she didn't have a nose ring. When we got home, my posters were on opposite walls. Some of my clothes were different colors. Small details were different, and every time I'd point them out, I'd look crazy. For someone to believe me, they'd have to abandon their sense of reality. They didn't experience what I had. This is the only reality they knew, that they know. Nothing changed for them. Meanwhile, I kept finding alterations in life from before the accident. Over the years, it became less difficult to accept the new reality. From time to time, I'll still find a bit of information that seems wrong to me. For better or for worse, I've stopped questioning it. I believe it's healthier to just move forward, rather than losing my mind over a theory only I comprehend. When I went back to school, most of the kids were the same. Some had changed. Some of the teachers had changed, but the curriculum remained the same. None of the big historical events changed. I only had to relearn a few names. For example, the woman who refused to give up her seat on the bus to protest equal rights. Before the accident, we learned about a woman named Claudette Colvin. In this timeline, the torch was taken up by a woman named Rosa Parks. Martin Luther King Jr.'s name hadn't changed, and his movement had the same impact. But the Claudette Colvin example is one of many tiny details I've trained myself to ignore and relearn. It seemed only the small choices had the most amount of change. But every choice, big or small, leads you in a direction that will undoubtedly have more choices in need of pondering. Thinking like this, even to the smallest degree, who I was, who my brother, friends, and family all were, their lives and personalities would have had to change as well, even to the smallest degree, as a result of different choices made throughout their life. I went to high school in northern Kentucky for a couple of years. Me being bored with little friends, didn't really know what else to do other than take my bike out and go explore the mountainous roads near home. In the middle of summer, I left about 8 a.m. and set out for a nearby town. At about 11 a.m., I realized that I was getting pretty thirsty, and when I looked down at the cup holder, I panicked. I'd forgotten my water bottle on the kitchen counter. These are the foothills of the Appalachians. There's gotta be a stream somewhere, right? I dropped the bike near the side of the road and covered it with leaves, started walking towards what I hoped was a stream at the bottom of the hill. There were streams everywhere, so I hoped there would be some water. When I got to the bottom, sure enough, there was a stream. Or at least there was when it rained, because it was all dried up. I had a splitting headache. I could hardly think clearly. I didn't know what to do, so I prayed. To this day, I've only prayed for 4 things in my entire life, and this was the first one. I just prayed for water, or guidance to a house, or a store, or someone to possibly drive by, something to drink. Halfway back up the hill, a man in a suit walked out from a tree, like, no shit, right there in front of me, and said, "You look thirsty. Would you like some water?" And he held out a bottled water. I didn't notice that he was wearing a suit at the time. I didn't care that it was so random. I just took it and drank it. He gave me directions to a house about 10 minutes away, told me that they'd give me a lift home. I thanked him I don't know how many times and started walking up the hill, thinking that he was right behind me. Only he wasn't, and I didn't notice until I got to the top and sat down in the shade, cooling off. I sat there thinking for a few minutes about how random that was. And wait, was that guy wearing a suit? Yes, he was. What the fuck? After 10 minutes of me trying to figure it out rationally, I just gave up and continued on to the house that he'd given me directions to. Maybe they knew him. I found the house, and they gave me some Gatorade and a lift home with my bike in the back of their truck. Along the way, we made some small talk. I told them about the man in the suit. They looked at each other. and it got awkward. Well, they can think I'm crazy or not. I don't care as long as I can get home. The air conditioning felt great, and I just looked out the window the last bit before I got to my parents' house. The wife spoke up and asked me, what did the man look like? I told her what I'd noticed. His hair, the tattoo on his hand. She started to break down crying, told me to shut up. Not in a mean way, just impassionately to shut up. The man looked at me in the rear view, told me about how their son had died near their house in a freak accident. And my description, it sounded just like him. Then they sort of apologized, told me not to take offense, that it probably wasn't him. They were backtracking. Now they thought that I thought they were crazy. But I don't know that I did. Was it him? I'll never know. I don't even know where I was. Was it an answer to my prayer? Maybe. I just don't know. I have no rational explanation, only a memory. It almost felt like a dream. I woke up to my dog, Lucy, barking. She was upright on the bed where my husband and I were sleeping with our 22-month-old daughter, staring at our door like an unknown stranger was out there, rummaging around. I thought she was just freaking out over a house noise. We'd only had her for 3 months. She was still a puppy. It could have been anything. Our roommate, a creak from the house settling, the awning moving outside in the breeze. I wasn't too concerned initially. I decided the best bet would be to open the door and show her nothing was there. It sounds a bit silly, but it's what we do with our daughter when she gets scared, and I figured it should work with a puppy too. I opened the door, and she raced to the front door. She stood there, snarling at the door. It was an angry, violent growl, one I'd never heard her make before. I looked groggily at her and opened the baby gate blocking the doorway, planning to open the door and show her everything was okay. The second my hand reached for the deadbolt, Lucy went wild. She started barking and jumped around me, and when I touched the metal, she suddenly changed her temper. She whimpered, almost like she was afraid and backing down. As her mannerisms changed, so did mine. I wasn't calm anymore. My heart was racing and sinking at the same time. I had been flooded with a mixture of fear and dread. I looked through the peephole. I can't explain why I looked, but I did. Outside were 2 kids. One was just a smidgen shorter than me and didn't look much younger. I'm 21. She looked maybe 16 or 17. She was slender and pale. Her hair was a light shade of honey blonde, and she wore it long, about mid-back, with long, thin, blunt bangs in the front that covered most of her eyes. She wore jeans, a light wash, and a thin-looking olive-colored pullover-style hoodie. She held the hand of the small girl, who looked to be around 3 or 4, in the same style jeans and a button-down ivory cardigan. The smaller one looked at the floor shyly, but had the same shade of hair, tied back in a ponytail. She held a stuffed toy under her free arm. It was identical to one that my daughter has, as was the style of dress. Had it not been for the feeling of overwhelming dread and fear, I probably would have asked these children in, given them some tea or hot chocolate to get them out of the bitter cold. Something about them seemed off. At this point, I hadn't made any noise. I hadn't shushed the dog or grumbled, nothing. I hadn't turned on any lights. These kids had no indicators I was at the door. The older one spoke. She had a voice that was mature, confident, strong, and accentless. She held her head tilted downwards, and I couldn't see her eyes. She said, "We have to use your phone." I stood frozen in fear. How did she know I was there? She raised her head to face me directly, and that was when I saw her eyes. There was a reason I couldn't see them through her bangs before. They were all black, or midnight blue, dark purple, something very dark, otherworldly. She said, "Our mother is worried." As someone who's always been interested in creepy stories, I knew what she was the second she looked at me through the door. I enjoy these scary things, but I've never really been one to believe in these things. As a staunch atheist and skeptic, when it comes to the paranormal, I had written off many a ghost stories from friends and family members eager to tell their tale. I didn't believe it. Still, I couldn't rationalize my way out of this. I was standing with nothing but a thin wooden door between me and a black-eyed kid. There was no questioning what was right in front of me. I didn't answer her. Slowly and silently, I backed away from the door, Lucy still cowering at my ankles. She kept talking. "Just let us use your phone." I took another step back, and with that step, the tone changed. At first, she seemed polite. When I took the second step back, she became commanding, almost hostile. "We're not going to hurt you. If we wanted to do that, we would have just broken in. I'll ask again. May we come in and use your phone?" Lucy snarled at the door, and I inched backward, though something inside me seemed to be slowly pulling me back toward the door. It wasn't a physical pulling so much as a subconscious need to go back and let them in. I got to my room, covered the windows, locked the door, and sat there in the dim light of the nightlight. I heard her call me back to the door once more, and then, quiet. I don't go back to sleep that night, and I haven't slept right since. I know from reading about them that BEKs can't just come in without permission. I know they haven't hurt anyone, but I still fear I'll be the exception. When I told my husband, he said that it was just a dream. He keeps telling me to forget it. But this lingering feeling of sadness, this dread when the house is silent at night, this fear of a knock at the door, this tells me otherwise. I ran across a pair of kids in Bend, Oregon that had solid black eyes. I kept telling myself that they had colored contacts in, but they were around 10 or 12. They gave me the creeps in a deep way, the kind of way that no kid has ever had the ability to do. It was at a gas station that I'd pulled over to check my map and get gas. I didn't realize how late it was until my co-pilot asked me who lets their kids run around at 2 a.m. I looked up and I saw 2 kids. They were standing in front of us, but at a distance. I agreed with him that was strange and incredibly irresponsible. As soon as the attendant finished with the gas, he went inside to gather a receipt. And that's when, suddenly, the 2 kids were directly in front of us. That's how I got a good look at them. Right in front of our headlights. Just as we considered calling the police about 2 ornery, possibly missing children, they split up. Each child walked to our corresponding windows. They seemed to have no emotions, no smile or frowns, stared at us relentlessly. Before we could even ask if they needed help, they started tapping on the glass, telling us to let them in. For some reason, and I know it seems wrong because they're children, but we both agreed that something felt really off about these 2. So we locked the doors and left as quickly as we could. Screw the receipt. I swear when I looked in the rearview mirror, those 2 children were standing in the middle of the road, staring at us still. My co-pilot called to inform the gas station attendant, who advised they didn't see any children out there at all. I never drove through Bend again without the doors locked, windows up, and I never stopped while it was dark. I just think how lucky I was to be in a place where you don't have to leave your car to get gas. Maybe it doesn't make sense to anyone. How could it? But those kids, they meant harm. I was 18, and my mother and I were very close. She was 40. We'd been through all of my rebellious teenage crap and came out the other end as the best of friends. She had never been sick, but came home from work one day with a bad headache. She went to lie down, and I started dinner, but then I heard her crying. I never heard my mom cry before. I ran to her bedside, held her in my arms, and she died right there in my arms. And I called my dad, but she was already gone. On the night of her funeral, my dad and I went to bed early. His room, or their room, was right next to mine. It was about 8:30. My dog always slept at the end of my bed, and suddenly, my room got really cold, and my dog ran out of the room. I knew my mom was there, even before I saw her. She was all white and spoke to me telepathically. She told me not to worry about her, that she was in a good place and happy. I was scared though, and I ran out of my bedroom and started to go downstairs. Then I thought, that's your mom. And I started back upstairs just as my dad was coming down. You've heard the saying, he looked like he'd just seen a ghost. That couldn't have been more true for my dad. Before I could say anything, he said, I just saw your mom. I told him I had too. My dad was a very matter-of-fact person, an engineer. We never talked about this again until 40 years later, when he was on his deathbed dying of esophageal cancer. Remember when we saw Mom, I said, when she came back? Oh, love, he said, how could I ever forget that? I used to feel bad about being scared when I saw her, but then I remembered in the Bible how scared the shepherds were when the angel of the Lord came down and the angel told them to be not afraid. I was told ghosts can still feel love, even after death. If that's true, then it's also true they can still feel hurt after death too. When my dad died, I could sense his presence in the house. He was an Air Force colonel and a very serious person. The pictures I drew were always hung up on the refrigerator, but his interest in anything I did was uncomfortable and forced. It wasn't my gender he struggled to bond with, as he had no yearning in his soul for a son. He didn't want any kids. He didn't like kids, and though he wasn't mean to me, he was never kind. We didn't have the chance to develop a meaningful relationship before he passed. The only person in the world who could make my dad smile was my mom. They were madly in love and one another's best friend. On a cold December morning, 2 servicemen would knock on our door, handing my mom a folded American flag. One of the men would begin talking to my mom about an accident. Standing behind her, I make eye contact with the officer that's not speaking. His eyes were dry until he saw me. He quickly looked back down in any other direction that he could in a desperate attempt not to cry. I was old enough to know what they were talking about, but I was unable to comprehend that our lives as we knew it had just changed forever. I was able to finish off the school year with my friends and all the teachers that had dealt with me using kid gloves. Then, the following year, it was off to a new school with teachers who could care less about the circumstances that put me in their classroom, one that was already at max capacity. With our SBP, my mom was able to purchase a little home off the base, and she got a job at a gas station to make ends meet. I learned to wake myself up for breakfast and how to do my own laundry. I'd only see my mom after school near dinner time. To make extra money, she asked her boss to work double shifts. On those days, she'd still be at work when I'd catch the school bus. Laundry was a chore that I'd put off as long as I could during the week. Our washer and dryer was located in the basement down a set of creaky wooden steps. At the top of the steps was a white pull string. It turned on a single halogen bulb. The small source of light was the only option for illumination in that basement. It was barely enough to read the settings on the machine. A few times I'd open the door and reach for the string. Instead of it hanging at a reachable level, I would find the string tightly wrapped around the light fixture itself. Like someone had yanked the string down, and when it flew back up, it got tangled. The first time dealing with it, I resolved to prop the door open with a kitchen chair and go down with my basket of laundry. While I loaded the washing machine with my dirty clothes, I heard the chair that was holding the door open slide on the linoleum floor. The small rectangle of light that I was using is wiped over in black from left to right. The clothes in my hand were thrown, and I blindly ran up the wooden steps to the door. I found the railing and began using it to guide me up the stairs. Sliding my palm up the railing, I touch what feels like another hand. The sensation makes me fall backwards, and I almost fall down the steps, but I catch myself. I'm sure the neighbor could hear the scream I let out. I bounded up the last pair of steps and clawed at the wood until my fingers touched the brass door handle. That night I waited for my mom to get home and untangle the string before I went down there to finish laundry. Even with the light on again, it was impossible for me to ignore the chills I was feeling down there. It was more common than not that I was home alone when the activity would ramp up. On a handful of incidents that my mom was home with me, we'd both hear pounding on the basement door. She insisted that it was old pipes making all that noise. Lying in bed one night, she was talking to me from the doorway, and we both heard her name be called from the living room, enough for her to pause what she was saying and take a step back from my room to look around the living room. The voice we heard sounded just like my dad's. It didn't scare us. The tone was so familiar. My mom was able to hold a state of bliss for a fraction of a second before becoming disillusioned by the impossibility of its reality. Leaning back into my room, she denied what we had heard, describing the sound as nothing more than a dog bark. Though I don't think it would have changed things if I told her this. What she didn't know was that I'd been hearing my dad's voice in the house prior to that incident. Things had been happening around the house while she was at work. I was secretly excited when we both heard her name be called. I was hoping that this was a chance to confide in her about everything that had been happening around the house while I was alone. However, her being so adamant about what we actually heard made me think that she would belittle whatever I told her, try to explain anything away. Just like how we heard her name in the living room. I heard my dad over my shoulder while I was doing homework at the kitchen table. The inquisitive, he used to give me while briefly inspecting my work in passing. It was his hint that I better recheck my answer. The first time it happened at the new house, the sound didn't register to me past redoing the math problem I was on. Adding the numbers on a second effort gave me a new answer that I'd replaced my previous equation with. After correcting the error in my work, that's when I remembered I was home alone. It made me feel melancholy, a rare memory that made me genuinely miss my dad. Early one morning before my mom left for work, she woke me up and told me not to use the bathroom sink until she got home. She was running late for work and one of her earrings had fallen down the drain. Lifting my hand out from under the covers, I gave her a thumbs up before falling back asleep. The next time I was woken up, it was by my alarm clock signifying the start of my morning routine before school, beginning with my visit to the restroom. When I sat down, I remembered what my mom told me earlier. At my height at the time, the counter of the sink is about neck level. After I got up, I walked over to the sink to see if my mom's earring was visible from the drain hole. Turns out, the earring was very easy to spot because it had somehow moved out of the drain pipe and was now resting in the bowl of the sink. I carefully reached in and pinched the small diamond tightly in between my fingers before pulling it out and setting it on the counter next to the matching one. The presence of my dad was always felt through little things like that. The first day we moved into our house, my mom was grieving. Unpacking boxes from the moving truck was a slow process, one that she undertook on her own. If there were boxes I could carry, I did my best, but the responsibility of unpacking rested solely on her and the allotted time that we had with the rented moving truck. When the last box was inside, we dropped off the truck and drove our car back to our new home. The front of our house only had street parking, but in those days there weren't a lot of cars congested on the road. We also had a designated spot with our address number written on the curb. It's dark, and as our headlights brighten up our parking spot, my mom applies pressure to the brakes before the car pulls into the spot. She's staring at something in front of the car. I have to take off my seatbelt and climb higher in my seat to get at her eye level, see what my mom's focusing on. In the shine of our headlights is a scroungy possum with 5 or 6 possum babies hanging off its back. The mom possum is frozen with its mouth open, staring at the headlights. This was probably the ugliest representation of God's creation, and the sight of it makes me laugh out loud, but my mom's response is to start crying. Her tears silenced my laughter, and she apologizes. Then she tells me that possums were my dad's favorite animal. Finally, she broke a smile under her tears, saying that she never knew why he loved those crazy creatures. Home alone, I'd regularly hear the distinct sound of our basement steps creaking, like someone was pacing up to the top of the stairs and then back down. Every time the footsteps would reach the top, I'd be filled with a growing sense of dread until the sound retreated again. That's when I began to understand that there was more than one spirit residing in this home. The spirit upstairs was separate from what stayed in the basement. Upstairs, the energy felt normal. When I sensed my dad in the room, it brought on a sense of security only a military father could give. Chairs would move and doors would open, but after believing it was him, those things became the same as saying, "Love Dad" on a card. Whereas going into the basement felt like each step was submerged further into a stagnant flood of terror. 14 steps down into a damp, dark, windowless basement. When I'd find the pull string wrapped around the light bulb again, it would frustrate me to the point of calling my mom at her job. Phone calls like these were only reserved for emergencies, but as a terrified 9-year-old, in my eyes, her selfish act was an injustice that deserved acknowledgement. I made it a point to interrupt the greeting that she'd recite when the phone connected. I asked her if she was aware that she'd gotten the string for the basement light tangled on itself again. After a short pause, my mom admitted that she hadn't come home that day. Apparently, for the last few months, she'd been seeing a guy off and on from work. It had been over a year since my dad's passing by then, but I was still shocked to hear that she was dating again. That night, she came home early to discuss her new relationship with a man named Brian. The heartfelt plea that she made to obtain my well wishes enlightened me on what it was like to be lonely as an adult. We both cried during the conversation, but when she was done, I no longer had the arguments I'd compiled in preparation for our talk. We watched a movie together, and she joked with me in my doorway before I fell asleep. The whole time, I was happy for my mom, but her good news made me hesitant to talk about my loneliness and what I was dealing with there. Positive nights with my mom were rare, and I thought my news would ruin the mood. In the morning, my mom had breakfast ready for me and walked me to the bus. What used to be a regular morning routine became a cherished surprise. She'd be gone when I returned from school, and when I opened the front door, the cold gloom of an empty house was there to meet me again. It became normal for me not to see my mom for days at a time. The house was always stocked with food, and I never went without, but she was now splitting her hours thinner with the addition of Brian. At school, the kids started to make fun of me because my clothes were dirty. I would ignore doing laundry for weeks, just so I didn't have to go into the basement. Apparently, my hygiene became noticeable enough to warrant the attention of my vice principal, who pulled me into his office during recess to ask how things were going at home. Not wanting to get my mom in trouble and have more unwanted attention on me, I lied and told him everything was joyful at my home. When he asked about my dirty clothes, my excuse was that our washing machine was broken, but we ordered a new one. It just arrived. I gave him the widest and brightest smile that I could muster, and with that, they let me go back out to recess. The children around me were always so ecstatic near the end of the day, in anticipation of the bell to ring and for everyone to file out of the classroom and go home. I felt the opposite. I would dread when the final bell would echo through the elementary school hallways, especially knowing I had to be dressed in a clean outfit when I showed up the next day, or risk the patience of an already concerned faculty. This meant that I had no choice but to go down into the basement that night to run a cycle of laundry. Gathering my clothes into a basket, I turned on every light in the house and unlaced an old pair of shoes. I tied the ends of the laces together to make one long rope. Then, I threaded it around a cabinet handle, tying it each time it came around. Then, after opening the basement door, I'd do the same thing to the door handle there, wrapping the lace around until it was tightly securing the door from closing on me while I was down there. I knew the string for the light would be tangled up in the fixture, not by a premonition, but by my discovery a week prior, it being the sole reason I didn't complete this task previously. I refused to go down there without being able to turn the light on, so this time I came prepared with a kitchen chair. It wobbled beneath my feet like an earthquake as it balanced above an ocean of black. To reach the light fixture, I had to push the legs of the chair right to the edge of the top step. I pull at the string and it unravels from itself and falls back down to where it belongs. I click the light on, then retrieve the basket holding my laundry. The basement was freezing, and my teeth chattered as I loaded the first basket of clothing into the washing machine. I was constantly looking over my shoulder, up to the door and in between the slats of the stairs while grabbing as many clothes as I could with each handful I loaded. On top of the dryers where I put a big box of detergent and a scoop I used to perfectly measure the amount I put in. The scoop was missing. When I saw that it wasn't within the general area or behind the box, I used my hands and did the best I could to estimate how much I was throwing into the machine. Nothing was going to keep me down there longer than I had to be. I quickly let the washer door slam into place. The harsh metallic noise always hurt my ears, but these washer and dryer units took more strength to fully close than new age models. They wouldn't start otherwise. I ran back upstairs as fast as I could, with the wicker basket in my hands. The feeling I was being pursued had struck me by the first step. Reaching the top, I threw the basket and tried to untie the knot that I had made with the shoelaces. As I freed the doorknob and the door closed, I was able to exhale. In order to be done for the night and prepared for school the next morning, I had to repeat this process 2 more times. Once for a drying cycle, and a final time to bring the clothes upstairs. When I heard the washer stop, I brought a chair with me to the door, but the basement light was still on. I still made sure to tie the shoelaces tightly to the door handle before I went down to switch the load over. Then, with the same frantic urgency as before, I raced up the stairs, untangled the knot, and slammed the door. The drying cycle took longer than the wash did. During that time, I tried to distract myself by watching TV. It didn't work. I was all too aware of what I would have to do soon. When the final buzzer went off indicating the dryer had stopped, I must have been overly confident at how simple my first 2 trips had been. Pulling the chair up to the basement door again, I became even more confident when the light was still on. Then, I made a decision I would regret. with unwavering affirmation later. I didn't tie the shoelace around the doorknob like I'd previously done. Instead, I thought I could retrieve my clothes quicker than the time it took to fasten the door open. Ignoring my better judgments, I slid the chair against the door and hustled down. The dryer is on the left of the washer and is positioned at an angle, making it difficult to clearly see the door. After I filled the basket, I turned around to see that the door had been closed. I hadn't heard the chair move or the hinges creak. Surely, in my heightened state of alertness, a noise like that would have been heard, and yet, with a basket full of laundry in my hands, I stood at the bottom of the basement steps, looking up at a closed door. Then I counted back from 3 in my head before running up the stairs. With a burst, I ran through the door into the kitchen, then threw the basket on the ground to catch my breath. But as the basket landed, I heard heavy thumps of footsteps climbing the stairs from behind me. I spun around and quickly slammed the basement door shut, then put my back against it with all my weight. There was an impact from the other side that almost knocked me forward. The door was pushed out about an inch before it slammed shut again. If I wasn't pressed against the door like I was, the hit would have swung the basement door wide open. That realization brought a wave of emotions that my adrenaline had been keeping at bay. They sunk me to the ground, and I sat, sobbing into my lap while still feeling the door getting pushed from the other side. There was a blanket inside the laundry basket that I could reach from where I was sitting. That night, I cried myself to sleep on the kitchen floor, wrapped in a blanket, pressed up against the basement door. Needless to say, I didn't get a lot of sleep that night. When I woke up that morning, I almost missed the bus. The alarm had been set up in my bedroom, and I couldn't hear it sleeping in the kitchen. I'm usually up before the sun, so at first, I wasn't sure about the glaring light focused perfectly on my eyelids. Registering that it must be the actual sun, I shot awake, looking directly at the clock on the stove. I had 10 minutes to get dressed and run a block to my bus stop. Now awake, I realized there was no sun. It still hadn't fully reached the horizon. I couldn't find any light source. Nothing that could have been shining a glare in the direction of my bed. This was the least of my concerns, though. I had to get going. As I dug through my fresh-smelling clothes in a sleepy haze, I was happy knowing what I'd gone through last night was worth it. Before leaving, I slid the kitchen table against the basement door, and within that 10 minutes, somehow, managed to catch the bus. At school that day, I was tired and hungry, but nobody could say that I looked dirty. The week scrolled by without any extra anxiety added to my plate. The table stayed in front of the basement door, and I did my homework in the living room. The night my mom came home, I saw my dad's silhouette. It followed her when she left my room. When her shadow moved from the hallway wall, a second one trailed after. Then, my mom poked her head back into my room, asked about the kitchen table. I told her that I saw a big rat down there when I was doing laundry, that I didn't want it to come upstairs. My mom cringed and told me to leave the table where it was, and she'll handle it when she's off work early the next day. The look on my mom's face was the exact expression I wanted to see. When I said rat, her mouth opened and her eyes got wide. I thought what I did was the same as yelling fire when you're being abducted instead of just yelling. If I told her there was a demon in the basement, she wouldn't have been so ready to inspect every corner of said basement. And at least this way, she'd have to go down there, experiencing and feeling how creepy it was for herself. The next day, it's Saturday, and I watch my morning cartoons. As I pour my milk for my cereal, I see the spoons have already been set on the counter. When these small things happen, I always make sure to say, "Thanks, Dad." It was like he was being more attentive as a father in the afterlife than he ever was on Earth. When my mom arrived home, A second person accompanied her through the door. Standing beside my mother was an older gentleman. She introduced him as Brian. He looked much older compared to my mom, but my mom always looked young for her age. He spoke with a gravelly voice of a committed smoker, and he smelled like he sounded, but he was funny, talkative, and ready to tackle the rat problem my mom had. He pulled the kitchen table away and opened the basement door. Taking the first step, Brian feels around on the wall for a light switch. Then he looks up to see the way that you turn the light on is done by a pull string, and the pull string was tangled around the light. Within a few seconds, Brian had it clicked on and continued down the stairs. Playing up the damsel in distress routine, my mom follows down the stairs close behind him. I stay in the kitchen and wait for them to return. I hear the washer and dryer get slid around, mumbling tones and my mom's giggling. But it doesn't sound like they found anything of significance. When they came back up, it was concluded that whatever got down in there had probably found its way back out. Brian stayed for dinner that night, and my mom got to show off her homemaking skills. Brian and I were sitting at the kitchen table while Mom prepared the food. There's a baseball game on in the living room that keeps the pause in conversations from becoming awkward. Brian's attention is on the game, and I'm watching my mom cut carrots. Beside her, a silverware drawer flies out from its cubby, catapulting forks, knives, and spoons everywhere on the kitchen floor. The noise scares us all. Brian gets up to help my mom and asks what happened. She thinks her apron got caught, and that's what pulled the drawer out. She really did believe that's what happened too, because Brian left that night, and I asked her about it. She didn't even flinch when telling me about the apron thing again. After that night, my mom was back to her regular pattern of being gone for days. Time would pass, and I no longer felt my dad's presence in the house. I think he left the night Brian came around. I no longer heard his voice in my ear. Things that were lost were no longer magically found, and no longer did he chase my mom's shadow when she was home. However, the activity wouldn't cease with his absence. Coming home on a snowy day after school, I passed by our empty parking spot collecting so much snow, the number for our address was totally covered. Walking into the house, I have an obstructed view into the kitchen, and I see the basement door is wide open. The table that was firmly pressed against it is now pushed back enough for the door to fully swing open on its hinges. The lights I turned on earlier that morning were suddenly off. My closest source of illumination was the living room light. It was a few steps in front of me, and I made them quickly across the carpet. I reached into the lampshade and began tapping the fixtures button off and on, but the bulb didn't heat up. Out of frustration, I gently shook the lamp, and I heard the glass jingle around. I reached my hand further up until I felt the bulb. It had been unscrewed, just enough to not activate. After I rotated it twice, the bulb lit up under the lampshade. As I went to the next closest lamp, I found that bulb, along with all of the other ones in my house, had been unscrewed. It had finally made its way upstairs, and the dreary interior of my home would further digress into a hopeless black hole that took energy from me the moment I entered its chambers. The shadow man would show himself in my peripherals, but this time he brought a suffocating agitation, one that would smother me enough to lose concentration on whatever I was working on, and then focus intently on the fear of him coming closer. If I looked in his direction, he'd disappear and move somewhere else in the room, waiting for me to find him again. I'd also get progressively sicker in a very short amount of time. My mom was home with me the night that my fever really spiked, and she had to take me to the hospital. Other than dehydration from puking, the doctors couldn't figure out why my temperature was so high. They gave me some medication that brought the fever down enough for me to be released home. I was still in the triple digits, but not hot enough to cause brain damage. My mom took work off for the next 2 days, and when she had to go back, she started coming home right after to take care of me. She even stopped in on her lunch breaks. Brian also stopped by a few times with gifts for me. It was nice to have a full house again, even under such circumstances. When he came over, he would sit in a chair next to the couch that I was laying on, keeping me company if I was awake. The strong, empathetic nature of Brian made me feel safe. I could fall asleep easily when he came over. Then it dawned on me through a dream. I needed to tell Brian what had been going on in the house. He'll be able to retain the information with an unbiased filter. When I woke up, I heard him and my mom talking in the kitchen. I'd almost pulled the covers over me to go in there. But as I listened to what they were saying, their words had me frozen. I heard my mom's soft voice say, "Kill her now." And Brian's low, gruff voice replies, "Kill the girl." They repeated those phrases back and forth to each other. The soft, monotone way that they were talking to each other was so eerie and bizarre. Slowly, I turned my body to look over the arm of the chair, and as I lifted my head, their voices stopped. When I fully looked into the kitchen, nobody was there. A few minutes later, Brian and my mom would walk inside with groceries for the night. I pretended to be asleep when I heard my mom's keys jingle in the door handle. The next time Brian sat down by the couch, I took the opportunity and first tested the waters by asking if he believed in ghosts. Brian smiles big and says, "Well, yes, I do." And then he asks, "Why?" I told Brian everything, and he sat there calmly, listened until I unloaded all of the stories of horror that had been cluttering my life. When I was done, he gave me a hug. He stood up. He grabbed his car keys. Before my mom was done preparing dinner, Brian was back inside with a stack of books about ghosts, demons, how to ward off evil. He got my mom involved, and she was more open to the idea when the words came from his mouth. She was shocked by my stories, but she also felt a sense of embarrassment that I hadn't told her any of it. I can't be sure if everything changed after that because Brian came into our lives and the house wasn't so empty anymore, or if it was the books he gave me, the things I was doing that I thought were keeping me safe, the crystals, all of that stuff. I have no idea if any of it really works, but something about believing that it would really helped. I haven't messed with any of that stuff since I was a kid. Once I felt like I'd gotten rid of it, I didn't feel there was any need to dabble in it anymore. Though I'm still super interested in all of it. So a couple of weeks ago, I was working on the electrical wiring at a church, and I got into a pretty crazy conversation with the pastor there. It seemed pretty far-fetched, but as I listened to him, he never smiled. And he's also an older man. I'd assume he'd have no reason to tell such a lie in such detail. You tell me. So he tells me that like 30 years ago, he and some members of the church went to volunteer and spread the word of God to the villages of the African Congo. It was nearly a 2-month trip, and the gist of what they would bring was a lot of Bibles, English Bibles. There was about 30 people, 15 adults, 15 young adults, and they would ship supplies to build small structures. Their mission was to provide education, which the pastor clarified was teaching prayer, not math and reading. Besides helping out in the community, their main goal was to build a church so that all the people in the village could continue to worship, even once the church or the mission was ready to return home. So the pastor says one day he went with a couple of military-type guides into the rainforest to gather resources. The pastor tells me that the rainforest alone was an impending spectacle. Behind the tree line hides an unforgiving place. And he said, where even God can't find you underneath the foliage and the vines. Through what he described as sweltering and humid air by midday, they'd all just traveled 1 to 2 miles deep into the Congo. Still, they were areas only touched by villagers on rare excursions. The pastor also emphasizes how odd the younger guide was acting the whole time, how he'd been giving him an uneasy feeling from the start of their trip, continuously looking over his shoulder, speaking quietly to the other guide in their native tongue. The pastor says he even asks if there was something wrong with this kid. The guide leading the way tells him that he's very superstitious, and he thinks that this area of the rainforest is cursed. It's not. Don't worry about him. So they continue deeper. Eventually they make it to a water source and take a break. They all set their backpacks down, or whatever they were carrying, and drink and eat food that they packed. The younger guide is looking more and more uncomfortable while whispering to the second guide. The pastor asks, "What's he saying?" The guide does his best to translate his buddy's concern, but basically saying he doesn't want to be hiking back in the dark. Guide number 1 reassures both the younger guide and the confused pastor that they should be out by sunset. "Don't worry," he tells the pastor. The pastor tells me that he takes this opportunity to remind them that God is on their side, protecting them. Guide number 1 translates that back, and they all prayed together. Moments after, he says that the rainforest went silent, so noticeably quiet that even with the language barrier, an exchange of glances confirmed they were all feeling the same unsettling knot form in their stomachs. The ground starts to vibrate beneath them and then stops. The lead guide explains that they're above a winding cave system called the Teesville Caves. One of the tunnels may have collapsed, and that was probably the cause of the sudden quake. I ask the pastor what he's feeling when he's hearing this. Did he know there was going to be random earthquakes? He explains that he was truly freaked out, and at that point was firmly gripping the cross around his neck. He suggests to the group that they wrap up what they're doing and start the trek back. The guide says that they need to collect a fishing trapper net that they had a little ways up the river. They can't leave it out. So, reluctantly, they proceed to follow the river up about a mile until they reach the mouth of a huge cave, dark and deep. Its entrance swallowed any light that the trees didn't block. The pastor tells me that from a distance, it looked like huge patches of webs were stuck on the walls and rocks, resembling what some caterpillars do in trees in the summer. He says that that kind of stuff was all over the mouth of this cave. Approaching, the pastor makes it clear he wants nothing to do with this, telling them, "I'm not going in there." But the guide tells him that's fine, that he can wait at the edge. It's only a couple of meters inside. The 2 guides get out their lanterns and leave their backpacks with the pastor. He watches them walk through this massive entrance. A couple of strides in, and the lead guide misses his footing on a wet rock, crashing into the shallow riverbed, destroying his lantern. The shattering of glass can be heard over the moving water. The younger guard scrambles to help him back up, but is told to stop moving. Or at least that's what the pastor thinks is said, because the kid freezes in place like a statue. both of them now staring into the darkness. The pastor held his breath. Fear hung in the air. It was an immediate saturation of senses, watching them both stay there motionless, doing their best not to disturb a single atom around them. This goes on until the younger guide slowly starts moving his lantern, briefly illuminating a small portion of the black with faint visibility. On the wall, there looks to be a massive cocoon attached to one of its interior formations. But upon closer inspection, as the light continues its path across, it's revealed to be a big leopard, deceased and wound tightly in the web. Its head is partially sticking out of the shell of silk around it. The pastor realizes that the shoreline and riverbed are littered with bones from many different animals, the sight of which makes him want to run, but he has absolutely no clue where. He says that while keeping his eyes on the light, scanning the cave, he slowly made his way out of the water with the others' backpacks and set them down on dry land. Just in case he had to move quickly, he didn't want to drop everything in the running river. The lead guide gets to his feet and points for his partner to shine the light up. When they do, the pastor says he witnessed a creature that, I quote, was a nightmare from hell, staring down at them. It was a spider, larger than a car. Only its upper half was uncovered. The rest of its body was tucked inside a hole above that it quickly retreated in when the light touched its eyes. The pastor stretched his arm out wide, said its legs were literally 5-6 feet long, something he couldn't help but catch his breath while describing to me. And it was fast, he said. Right when the light touched it, it pushed itself backwards into the labyrinth of tunnel formations. The pastor says he begins to shout at the two guides in the water, telling them to run. The shout makes them jump, sending them into a sprint directly backwards. They reach the pastor. Everyone throws on their backpacks, and now he joins in their sprint. Glancing back, the spider never reemerged from the nest to pursue, but that didn't change their pace at all. By the time they were out of the rainforest, the pastor's legs were covered in cuts and lashes from the vines and branches they ran through. He lifted up his pant leg and pulled down his sock to show me his old wrinkled scars on his shins, just to prove it. He says they got back in their truck, and well before sunset, they drove back to the village. En route, the lead guide is talking on the radio with some haste. When they arrive, they're at the village center, and the truck doors are being swung open by more military men. These ones have guns, and they look more official than the two guides the pastor was hiking with. They direct them out of the truck, bring them to a small wooden one-room building. Inside the building is a well-dressed man. He says he's sitting behind a table, smoking. When they enter, he puts out the cigarette, and he stands up to greet them. The pastor says that this man's attention was mainly focused on him, and he spoke fluently in English, telling the pastor that what he saw will never reach Western media. He tells him that they have copies of his passport, his address, and other personal information that will ensure his compliance, otherwise risking total financial and physical ruin. He goes on, stating further that if word got out about this species of spiders, the deforestation to hunt and eradicate them would cause irreparable damage to all of the other wildlife there. He explains that when new nests are discovered in the caves, a team later sets out to bomb that tunnel system, closing off the entrance and destroying countless limited resources in the process. He tells the pastor, "You cannot stay here. You cannot speak of what you saw to your team. Your mission is over." And with that, they had other men pack up the pastor's belongings, and he was thrown on a plane back home, separated with no chance to talk to anyone from the church before he left. I asked him, what the heck did he tell everyone when they started wondering where he'd gone? He tells me he'd simply told them it was something God had told him to do. He says that he was most worried about them while they were still there. He wasn't sure that they would remain safe, telling me that the man that sent him home, he wasn't friendly, and he meant business. The pastor believed that he let them leave because of their affiliation with the church, and that's all. He ended his story to me with the name of the spider, or what he thought it was. Not one that was shared with him by anyone in the Congo, but something he discovered years later when curiosity got the better of him. Of course, I can't remember the name of the spider, because it was something insane. But I've been searching the internet, and the things I'm finding, well, they're terrifying. The stories themselves, without visuals, they're enough to give me nightmares. It was too wild of a story to not share it with someone before it left my brain or something. So, what do you think? I truly cannot explain what's happening in my house. We, my wife and I, moved in about 3 months ago. And ever since the second week, it's been wild. At first, it was just little things. Couldn't find the keys. Thought we locked the door, but didn't. All stuff easily dismissed by stress of work and a new place. But now, 3 months later, we've officially lost every single remote in the house. And I don't mean we physically lost them. No, they just disappeared. All of them. We have a TV in our room, a TV in the living room, and another in our bonus room downstairs. All three are missing their remotes, including the remotes to the Fire Sticks themselves. We replaced the remotes once, a month ago, only to have them disappear again. It's just us in this house. It's a brand new house. We're so confused. 2 nights ago, we woke up to the TVs being turned on, volume at full blast. No remotes anywhere to be found. It was so disorienting, running around the house trying to silence the sound. My wife is becoming more and more paranoid and scared. This is not what buying our first house was supposed to feel like. I feel like I'm losing my mind. If anyone knows what we should do, please share.